G'day everybody, welcome in and hi again. I just noticed that I actually raid myself when I do that. That's just seems weird. And hopefully doesn't cause any issues. How's everyone going still? And what's new since I last saw you? Hey Jabu, hey Dave. The
Hands up who likes me!
It's just reinforcing New Zealand stereotypes. Exactly. I want people to just feel comfortable in the fact that this is definitely a New Zealand stream. I am definitely not just like somewhere in the middle of Asia or anywhere else. It's definitely New Zealand. And my screen is not showing properly. Hang on. Come on, Ripsaw. It needs to be enabled and disabled and re-enabled and shit first because I don't know why. There we go. It's only a cracked throat. And then we're gonna see if my version of Last Ninja works and plenty of other games. Hey, welcome in, Classic G. And Bumteeth. Hi. You're on Mars, it doesn't matter. Ah, no, what's the reception like? You're a New Zealand girl who wrote software to slaughter sheep over there. Well, that's pretty hardcore. Where she live? South Island? Possibly it's just sheep.
Hands up who likes me!
Also, by the way, thanks for the follows there. It should show me. I'm gonna have to open up another chat on my tablet just because my little stream chat in OBS doesn't tell me, you know, who followed. So, I'll do that. And yeah, do you guys have any ideas of what games you might want to see? Because if not, I'm going to play like the games that I was mentioning in Joey's stream that I should play, as long as I can remember what they are. If not, I'll just pick random fun games. Hey, it's Budspot. Of course. Arse. Thought you followed last stream. Well, thanks this time. Now, why do I get an ad on my own stream? That's not right. Now, it's gonna work. I don't think I've tried this version of this game. It's actually called Last Ninja Remix, so that's all I have in terms of Last Ninja 1, so I don't know what that is. Has it got intro music? Come on, oh no, I thought it would have intro music. Or is this one of those games where only the tape version has music? I don't know. Hopefully not. Right, just a second while I get my dashboard up, and then pretty much good to go. And if this doesn't work, don't worry, I've got plenty of games that do work. I was hoping it would have music though. That's kind of half the appeal of the series, isn't it? All right. Oh, this is just the cracky bit. What do you call it? It's just a fancy trainer menu. I see. Left arrow to skip. No, I just want to start. Start. F7. Give us music. Introducing. Oh, go away. I don't need new features. Oh yeah, and yeah, thanks Classic G for the follow. And Bumdeath. And definitely thanks Joey for the raid. The music. But I don't think I played this one. I think I've just played Last Ninja 2 and got my ass kicked. But I want to try this, Wizard, maybe the Burger Time 97, which I'll have to download, or just normal Burger Time. I'm not even sure what the difference is in 97. Apparently just bug fixes and stuff. But cool. There was a remade version like that of Action Bike, which just fixed a few little bugs and made it look nicer. Alrighty. What else we need to get sorted? Probably not. Let's try this game. I'm guessing the controls are the same as Last Ninja 2, in which case I vaguely know how to play it. I'll turn my mic up because I had to sort of face away from it to see the screen. So I should really put it on the other side of my desk one day. But then it would probably block the screen. I don't know. Technology always gets in the way of other technology. Oh, Pox, hi and bye. Sorry, I only just sort of noticed you there. I thought for a second you were a butt spot because you're the same colour. Arse says butt spot. That's pretty much all it does. This is loading, isn't it? Sure. I think. Can games load and play music at the same time? Or is that too much? I could even try some Boulder Dash at some point. Like the easy ones, not the stupidly hard ones that Joey can play. Hey, music. 1999. get 90 out of me. Where did I get the one from? Damn, so the music doesn't double up. Cool. Let's play the second one. Or maybe I only play this one. Is this the first one? Because it's called, this is the one called Redux, or like Remix. But I don't actually know if this is the proper first one. We'll give it a go for a bit and then we'll try out some other classics and maybe non-classics. Hey, Track Zero, welcome. Yeah, I've definitely have played this one, whatever one this actually is. I guess Last Ninja 1. Oh. Never works. I'm still kind of half getting used to these controls. Is my health on the left or the right? Am I the one getting my ass kicked? Yeah. Moving is wild, but it's got a nice style, but yeah. I think it's me getting my ass kicked, I'm not totally sure. Oh no. Well, I did get my ass kicked a bit. How? With a punch a button, I believe. And then go back out here. So this is the one that I recognise. I can tell you now this won't last very long. I might. But then I don't know if this is the actual first one or if it's different. It's just called Last Ninja Remix. And I'm not familiar with the series in general. Oh god damn. What did I do? I walked out. Thank God I did not wake up. I think I'm gonna break fast and get food and coffee back in for that. Alright. I thought I'd skip my second coffee and just go onto some red wine. What's the worst that could happen? Nah, this time I wanted not come back here again. Cool music. There's always there. I want key. Hey. Hey. There we go. Good ninja. And what's that kid do? Oh, these guys throw ninja stars at me and kill me in like 2 hits, don't they? I don't know if I have the key to that. Probably not. Red wine destroys you. It's got other chemicals that you react to. Ah. Well, I'm usually good on it. I don't get hangovers, which is weird. Sometimes I drink enough, but just about the hangover. I mean, I drink water, you know, afterwards. The sulfites, ah. I don't drink a ton of red wine. I usually like some beer. Some nice local IPA or something like that. 75% hot dogs. Hey, come on, health regens. Do I just wait? Does it fully regen? Huh, it does. You love the taste. So you can't really get along with any kind of wine. There are other nice drinks. Well, I mean, it's all preference really. Like some people just hate beer. Whoa. Some nice ciders out there. Like there's a ginger cider you can get here. It's real nice. Kind of like an alcoholic ginger beer, but not. This guy, what's he? Kicking in the shins. Oh, that was the enemy's health that was regenerating, not mine. Yeah, I don't like too things too sugary. That's why I drink red wine, if any wine. Yeah. I don't like really sweet drinks, like, you know, like whatever and Coke, Bourbon and Coke and stuff. I used to drink that. Too sweet. I don't need sweetness. Ice wine. What's the like different white wines that you chill, you mean? Do I still have that key out there? It's not really showing up in here. Also, what's the point of this room? I'm noticing nothing happens. Right, yeah, what's the point of any of this whole area? Take the trash? No. Put the trash in the bin? Nope, run. I tried soju recently because that's apparently just turned up in New Zealand finally. They're like really sweet, even though they're strong, they're a bit too sweet for me. Well, most of them. Maybe I just haven't found a non-sweetened one. Right, I've been here. Did I have a ninja star? Looks like I have a ninja star icon. How do I throw it? Spin the joystick around in circles? No. Oof. Whoa, they got real-time shadows. Fancy. Oh, go away. Do I have to beat him to death? I guess just hit punching or hit butting, whatever I'm doing. I'm gonna die. Let's run away from him. Oh, he's still got his health down. Whoa, 3 kicks in there. So some enemies die and some enemies get better, I guess. Oh shit. Oh, this guy can kill me in like 2 hits, can't he? I must have done something really bad to have like cops and like clowns both on me, trying to kill me. And a piece of paper. Oh, you next I should try out Wizard, but not Ultimate Wizard, because last time I played that first, I figured that would just be like an expanded version, but it's like a harder version, I guess. So, I'm not good at that one. Normal Wizard, which is probably a bit like Jumpman. Because Jumpman's cool, I played that last stream as well. I died. You can't fall very far. 1 life remaining. Hey, whoa! Hey, Evilicia, how you going? Were you just like lurking through Joey's stream and coming the raid? Or you found me anyway? Did the game just restart or did it just put me back here? I don't know. Yeah, I think it's restarted. Let's play, so you just got home, not a shirt off. Yeah, she mentioned she's going to her pre-operation, which may or may not be completely useless. Or the operation pre-checkup or whatever. It's probably not an actual operation. Alright, have to re-enable my ripstore again. Let's try that Wizard game. Let's go find where it is. On my spreadsheets. What have you been up to, Eva? But yeah, Joey just did a short stream playing like her favourite games. Were you there a bit earlier? You popped up once, didn't you? I think. Or am I just thinking of like every other time? Right. What was it? Come on. Damn tablet. Screen's being dumb. And hey, Jabu. Did you say hi before? Did I say hi? I don't know. I think I did. Hi. Wizard. Not Wizard of War. Although that's meant to be good as well, isn't it? Wizard. See why. Haven't been around much lately. No. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I thought you at least popped in, like usual. I think I can just load the disc from here and swap if need be. I don't know. Like Last Ninja said it was 2 discs, but it just totally booted up from 1 disc, so that's fine. Oh, it's ECA. Not that company. With the stupid EA logo from back in the 80s. Brass Fire Joy. Okay, I was going to read that, but... Oh, man. Oh, I was going to read that too. Okay. Apparently I'm not allowed to read the intro text. Demonstration? Nah. I'm just going to jump around and see what happens. Wield a joystick to... Yeah, okay. Why did they make us... Why is it timing me? This isn't an arcade game. I always found it weird when gamers did that. Like home games, not arcade games. Beginner, I guess? Yeah. Number of players, 1. Okay. Press and hold a number key. No, there's a default, isn't there? I guess, yeah. Wizard. So it's pretty much Jumpman, but not. With more things going on. So I don't have to get the treasure right, I just have to get the key and leave. Oh, the treasure does stuff. Okay, cool. Cool. Free rope. Is that a teleporter? Hmm. So this is the real wizard. Why is the top bar doing that? Flashing a bit. Oh well. Oh, has anyone seen Polar Pierre? I was meant to play that last time, but I probably just didn't think of it. That was a cool game on Atari, at least. I think it's on Commodore. Polar Pierre. Done. And it's also got like a built-in level editor like this. But it's got quite a bit nicer graphics. These graphics are alright, they're sort of simple. That knight, what's his deal? How do you climb ladders in that suit? Crap, crap. But can he climb ropes? Let's hope not. I can get squashed and shimmy. Awesome. Shit. Okay, I can go through land. Awesome. I am a wizard, so why not? I can do magic. Does he actually do any magic stuff, or is he just a wizard that literally just jumps around? Totally not like Jumpman. And does that shimmy come in handy? So many questions for these games I haven't played yet. Alright, I died. Don't make him take off his wizard hat. Yeah, I better not. Who knows what's under that? And then he loses all his power. Don't make him take off his wizard hat. That's something we do not want to see. And their faces are hairy enough. Jesus. Alright, yeah. Well, they've usually got hairy face. I don't know if this guy has a wise old wizard's beard or not. Because you kind of need one there. I think I saw this level in Ultimate Wizard, maybe? Or is it literally the same levels plus extra ones in that one? That's what also crazy how we typed them at the same time. Yeah. Well, Butspot does just do quick replies to people because he's a bastard like that. If anyone really doesn't like Butspot, you can ignore him. I mean, like, you command to ignore him. Or you can just ignore him. Right, where are we? No. We're going this way? Hmm. Yeah, I think I got up here once. Oh, it's a literal bot. Yep, it is. It's a relatively common one. Well, it depends where you go. On like most immature streams that you find, it's relatively common. Yeah, I jumped from here and died, so I think I have to do more roping. Now, on most people's butt spot, on most people's channels that have butt spot, he just replaces a random word with butt. But I changed mine. Mine's British butt spot. I decided, so mine says arse instead of butt. Because he's so much more sophisticated than a normal butt spot. All right, can I make that jump? Yeah. Okay. Shit, how do I make the jump? Yeah. Okay. That totally looked dangerous and deadly. To trap a thief. Am I the thief? I'm only in certain retro streams. Yeah, maybe one or two Valorant ones. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm in... Well, most... I'd say 90% of the streams I watch are, like, retro only, or very retro. And then I got the odd one that I just like the streamer, and I thought I'll watch them play some crappy modern game. Or sometimes good modern games. Just depends. No, I like some modern games. Monty's Revenge. That's another good one. That's one of the very first games I ever played. What? Oh. I don't know what happened there exactly. I guess there was an arrow behind that object I picked up and it made me go up. Jesus. Gotta watch out for Zorro here. Whoa. Hey. The fuck? What caused that to happen? This game's definitely got a bit more going on than your average Jumpman level. Yeah, I could play some more Monties, eh? Okay. That does things. You play quite a lot of modern retro games. I like retro aesthetic kind of games. Yeah. Yeah, and so does quite a few of the channels, like the retro channels that I watch. Like Practical by Mike, like everyone thinks of him obviously as a retro channel because he is. And there's people who play modern games that kind of feel retro. This ain't Last Ninja 2. No. Was that last game I was playing Last Ninja 2? Because it was called Last Ninja Remix, but it seemed just like what I remember of Last Ninja 2. Ding dong. Oh, I wonder how I'll find the key. Oh, here it is. And g'day, Dave. I wonder where remasters sit in the genre. Yeah, I don't know. Still retro-ish. Well, they're retro games. But some remasters aren't great. For example, well, it depends on which version you played originally. Like the remaster, I don't really like what I've seen of the remaster of Montezuma's Revenge. Because it kind of takes aspects from multiple different versions, including just some that I don't like, which would be like totally just my personal opinion. People who played certain early versions of it will be fine with it. But it wasn't good for streaming because one of the features they incorporated that's not in the Atari and Commodore version was if you wait too long, a random bat turns up and kills you. So like if a streamer just stops and talks for like 5 or 10 seconds to the audience like they do, then you get killed. So it was, yeah, I saw a streamer attempt to play it and it just didn't work for streaming. And I don't even know what version of that game has that feature. It's not in the versions I played. So yeah, not all remasters are great. Hey Angel, good to see you. Welcome. Is it really late there or really... I don't know. I don't even know what time it is here, to be honest. So I don't know why I'm guessing what time it is there. How you been? Whoa. Late enough. Do you ever stream in like your evenings, or just like? Actually, wait, what time would it be? I don't. Oh, no, would that be my evenings? Do you ever stream in your mornings? Time zones are confusing. We all know this. We're about 12 hours apart. Just got off Discord. Ah. I'm trying Wizard for pretty much the first time. I played a little bit of Ultimate Wizard. What's that? Whoa. So you can't walk off a ledge, once again, like Jumpman. Does the cat and mouse want to eat me? I'll say probably. Shit. Brick. Yep. Just exit. Now, before I forget, and I've really just done this before, I don't know if there's much point, because everyone came here with Joey, but since you rated me, I'm going to shout her out anyway. It just feels wrong not to. But almost everyone would probably know her. Who was last seen also playing Commodore. Okay, I can stop that. Alright. Well, what's that big red thing? Whoa. And that turned purple. Don't know what that means. Oh, this game so much is hearing the sound effect. I never saw it until very recently, like this year. I guess it wasn't on Atari, so all that, and we didn't have that many Commodore games. I remember we had Navy Seals for Commodore, but I can't get that working with my current setup. I tried multiple versions of it. What do all the colours mean? What's the... oh god. What's that thing mean? So I just assume that everything that moves wants to kill me? That's usually a fair assumption. Well, in video games. Oh no. Hey, it says magic missile. Does that mean I can shoot magic missiles? Can I? Come on, come on. Whoops. Whoops. I hurt my head. Came over. Should we try this again while it's open? Alright, let's go through the early levels again, I guess. Wizard, where am I on this list? Okay. I'm apparently second, even though I did what I would not consider goodly. Not goodly. Mystery levels? Sure. That means it's going to have some real hard ones, like right at the start, doesn't it? Cabins of Yig. Alright. Oh, do I actually have to use the shimmy move now to get through here? Nope, you can just walk through here, but we'll shimmy anyway. Boing. What are those tiny little red dots? And a claw in the... whoa. More things that want to kill me. I can only presume. How do I get... okay. Invisibility. So it's seemingly got spells down the bottom right. How do they work? Anyone? Evalicia? You know this game, don't you? He's gonna be like playing Dino Eggs weird to like hold my hand for the whole time because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm kind of getting the hang of it now after watching Joey play it a bit today. Dino Eggs, I mean. Okay, that worked. Is that an evil red dot or a friendly red dot? It's gotta be evil. Shit. Don't remember. Hopefully it doesn't need the keyboard for things, because these kind of games it's not great if you have to alternate between joystick and keyboard with fast-paced kind of games. Hey. Get up. Alright, don't walk off the edge this time. Invisibility spells. It's got an arrow down the bottom of like which direction I'm pushing for some reason. It might be to do with changing spells, don't know. do I get around this thing? Not like that. You know, I should watch someone who knows how to play this. Play it sometime. God damn. Space for spells. Oh. I mean, it's a big button at least. But you have to be careful these that you don't hit the spacebar too hard, or else it kind of comes off its springs. It'll bounce back off. Did I read the manual? Of course I didn't read the manual. Now I can't barely see myself. I'd have to download a manual. I don't want to be invisible anymore. Turn it off. Turn it off! I'm too invisible. It's one that fires in the direction you use the joystick to aim it. Nice, that's what the arrow is, I guess, in the bottom of the screen, where it shows the last direction I pushed. So I can aim up or down, even. Holy crap. No! God damn. I don't know how that didn't kill me earlier. This is not a beginner level, is it? Maybe each level has a different spell. Is that how it works? I mean, some games that I have on Commodore, I literally have to read the manual first. Like, especially if I want to play any kind of like RPG. Assuming I can get them to boot up properly and save game onto a blank file or a blank disk. Okay, interesting game. I gotta play the beginner mode some more, but not now. What's next? I'm sure I mentioned something just before. Well, I mentioned a lot of things. I'll get my list of games that I should play sometime. And there's the ones I was mentioning earlier, if anyone remembers what they are. Capture card needs to be turned off and on. Right. Not impossible mission. That always kicks my ass. Should try Dino Eggs again sometime. Oh, yeah, I mentioned Polar Pier. I can see if there's a version of that. It's quite a funny game, and it's got good two-player mode from what I recall. Not that I will be playing two-player today. I could do sometime. Polar Pier. Just gotta find it. Maybe I downloaded that myself into the old folder. Wait for my screen to refresh because it thinks it's changing resolution. Got Montezuma's Revenge here, if anyone really wants to see that. Trying to think of some excellent rare. Yeah, do that. I'm keen to just play a bit of whatever. Oh, here's Polar Play, yeah, that's right, I had to download it. Is that Spiky Harold? Yeah, that's such a slow-paced crap game. I'll play it for a laugh, but it's not a good game. Hopefully you don't really like it or anything. Or at least on Commodore 64 it's not a good game. Spiky Harold, it's the early Sonic, kind of. It's better than the Atari version. Yeah, maybe that's one I played. I played at least one version. I think I played both now. I definitely remember the Atari version. Ron Ronson. Oh, Ron Rosen. Guess this is loading. Not accessing the disk drive. Oh, it doesn't want me to push space. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this works though. We'll give it half a minute. Come on. What's it want? I don't know. Maybe it's not working. The same issue as Action Biker on the Atari, and that the music loops after 5 seconds. Yeah, it wasn't quite as good. I've noticed a few games have quite a bit better music on Commodore. Like I played Master of the Lamps last week, and that does sound really good on Atari, but it's just, I'd say it's even slightly better on Commodore. Okay, this game's not going to give us much, is it? Maybe not. Okay. Fairly sure I had that one working, but maybe not. I might just be thinking of Atari again. Because they share a lot of games. Alright. What's next then, since that didn't work? Oh yeah, I've still never tried the Commodore version of Aztec Challenge, which is meant to be completely different than the Atari version. So, let's try that. I guess it works. I don't know. And I'm pretty sure this is the version that people know. Like, people talk about Aztec Challenge, they're talking about this version. Because the one on Atari is a 2D platformer auto runner. I think this is sort of an auto runner, but it's like not a 2D platformer. Is it even made by the same people? I think Cosme made the Atari version. One player. The gauntlet, run towards the temple, dodging spears thrown from either side. Pull back to duck, push forward to jump. Is that the only controls? Okay. Whoa! Hey, watch where you're throwing that thing. Can't even move left or right. Can't jump the high ones. Right. Duck. Jump. Oh, I'm getting closer. Probably can't look at chat for a minute. Fuck, why did I jump there? Fiendish Freddy. Whoa. Was that in that same folder? Is it good? Ooh. Ooh. Where it's kind of like no music, then slowly building up music, and then who knows where it's going to go. Damn, I nearly jumped that high one. Try again. Didn't see it. All right, I'll check the list. It rings a bell though. Well, it's probably on the list. I've got a lot of games on my SD card. I'm pushing fire button. Come on. Okay, there. Shit. Didn't give me much time to adjust. Why do I try and jump over those ones? Hey, Slim, how's it going? I just lost like 3 lives because I'm dumb. Whoa. Whoa. Damn it. One of these days I'll actually jump over, but probably not. Big Top of Fun, yes. Okay. That's probably where I've heard of it. I think that's one Joe that we were watching earlier, because she was playing her favourites as opposed to random ones, for a change. And I think that's on her list, but she hasn't played it yet. Well, not today anyway. But I'll check it out.
Groovy.
Groovy. Thank you,
Slim
somebody,
Fat
for the follow.
311 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jabu 10,245.
Yeah, thank you very much.
They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Ooh, nice one. I want to know what's in the pyramid. Probably more things that kill me. How many guys did they have to assemble for me to run this trial? Quite a lot. Shit. Almost ducked that one. The music's getting more intense.
Groovy.
Whoa!
Slim Fat 311 gifted a tier 1 sub to Angel Interceptor.
Awesome.
They have
you
given
again.
11 gift subs in
Correct.
the channel.
How am I not game over yet? Yeah, cheers, Slim.
Groovy.
Whoa.
Jabu 10,245 gifted a tier 1 sub to Slim Fat 311. This is their first
Awesome.
gift sub in the channel.
Thank you very much, Jabu. Like how like I never say your full name, Jabu, but like of course the bot has to read every little last number out. 3,400 and something. I don't know. Oh no, that was Slim's number, isn't it? 311. All these numbers that people just forget about. Or maybe that's just me. Yeah, this is very, very totally different than the Atari version. Don't know which is better. I mean, this game I'm guessing changes at some point.
Groovy.
Whoa, even
Slim
Butt
Fat
Spots.
311
Not that he
gifted
needs
a tier
encouragement,
1 sub to
but thanks
Buttspot.
again, Slim.
They have
Dang.
given 12 gift subs in the channel.
I'm gonna play something less murderish. Try that Freddy's game. If anyone else's requests, just let us know. Buttspot is off the ass. He is off his ass, yeah. Haha, arse butts. Exactly. He knows what's up. He knows he's just been gifted a sub probably for the first time. Oh no, second time. It was probably you the first time, wasn't it, Slim? Whoops, wrong button. I'm just gonna get the screen back up. Because I don't know why it does this. But at least I can fix it. Should we check out this big top game? Is it Circusy?
Groovy.
Slim
Whoa,
Fat 311 gifted a
Thank
tier
you
1
again.
sub to that girl Joey. They have
here's
given
Mr. Raymond.
13 gift subs in the channel.
She got a gift sub. I thought it wasn't that long ago, but it must have been a month ago. Cheers, Slim. Big top. I might have to download that one at some point. I don't know if that's directly on my list. Unless it's just called Pretty something or other. Pretty. Oh yeah, Frantic Pretty. AV. Cool. New Zealand rules. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, sure. Come visit. Look at the sheep. Frantic Pretty. Squish 'em. That was cool. Like that's the first one Joey played today. Squish 'em. It's very old. Like even compared to like a lot of these games.
Come on, train.
Is it coming on? It apparently is closed. Thank you, Jabu, for the 100 bits. And
Did
thank you,
someone
Track
say
Zero,
hype
for
train?
250 bits. Yes, it required 3 separate people for a hype train, and there we go. It's probably already past level 1. Apparently, I have limited time to earn emote. Oh, even I can earn an exclusive emote. Right, Frantic Pretty. Awesome, it's 69% of level 2. The Pain Train. It's the Pain Train. That'd be another good name for that game I was just playing, I guess. What the fuck is that face? That's creepy. Not bad music though. It's not taking the SID to like its full like to the limits, but it's not bad. Different game? Okay. Oh, are they like multiple Frantic Pretty games? Yeah, we'll see what it is. Oh, old school with the creepy faces. Move.
YouTube.
Hey, Eva. I looked at this. I looked at chat and like, what killed me? I can't get past these letters. Like, oh, they're like walls with the ladder on each side. That's fucked up. But they can go. Okay. It's not the Freddy we want. Ah. Do I have other? I might have other ones. There's a few games that I can just download. And it's pretty quick to like chuck them on the SD card I've got. Then I can't jump. This Frantic Freddy's not amazing. It's like a very simple old platformer, but without even jumping in it. 1983, yeah, pretty old school. It appears unfair as fuck. Yes! I didn't really want to replay that. The best part of this is actually the dying music, I guess it is. What a tune to die to. Crazy little thing of love. Yeah, that was Queen. The intro music wasn't Queen, I don't think, but that's what you get for dying, is the best music in the game. So worth it? I don't know. Crazy little thing called love. Yep, that's the one. I haven't heard that for a while. Right, that was a slight failure, but I have other Freddy games, maybe. Frantic Freddy 2, maybe that's the one. And it's Freddy Hardest, whatever that is.
Level 2, let's go.
Woo! Thank you very much, Track Zero again. Right, Freddy. We're gonna see if it's Freddy 2. Just because I don't know. It might just be another shit game. Was it in here? Or did I look it up wrong? Fields, Gap Man. So many of these games I never heard of. Wonder how many of them are good. Fiendish Freddy. Oh, is that a different Freddy that I launched? Not so Fiendish Freddy. Okay, so this is Frantic Freddy 2, so I don't really want to load that. So I got the wrong Freddy. And then there's Freddy Hardest and Freddy's Puzzling Adventure. In brackets, kid. Kid's game, I guess. And Freddy Hardest. I probably don't have it currently anyway. Oh well, what's next for now? Guessing you've seen that weird Young Ones game, haven't you, Angel? Or probably even played it, maybe? The Goonies? That's pretty good. There's multiple different Boulder Dash games I can get my ass kicked at, and same with some more Space Taxi, which I try each time. Just the Young Ones, was based on the show, the British Britcom. Yeah, it's just called The Young Ones. It's not amazing. Alright, what else is on my list? Hang on. BC's Quest for Tires. Oh, there's a sequel to that, isn't there? Which I haven't played yet, like Grog's Revenge or something. That's one I should try sometime. Wonder Boy 2 is alright. Play Bruce Lee, and that's one game I can actually pass, just so I don't fail at every single game I play. That could be nice. DOS version of Freddy is on my Abandonware. Ah. It's not like so old that it's CGA DOS, is it? It's a nice looking DOS. But yeah, we'll play some bit of Bruce Lee, why not? I might as well play something that I'm half decent as every so often. Awesome. Thanks for the Heart Train. Success. I got some emotes today. Apparently I got some emotes, but then it just opened up all my hype emotes, so I don't know which one's new. You grew up on CGA DOS games, so ugly. Yeah, most people say that, except for one slightly crazy person that I know that loves them. So I probably better not name and shame right now. She might be watching. First on chat. Hey, Hot Grill. You feel my pain? The pain of, what, having to witness CGA games? Or dying at every game? Oh, that's right, this is like Italian or something, but that should be fine. G1. My screen's just reloading again. Evening. Right. God damn it, is this your joystick one? Why? Okay, this uses a joystick that is right-handed, and I'm not, so we'll see how this goes. I don't really want to switch the ports around just for, like, a game, because I don't want to break them. Fuck off. Hey. Bruce! Yep. Using my old slick stick this time. Not that you can really see it, but, you know, those old things. I have to stretch over with the wrong hand to push the button. Now this you've played. Yeah, this is quite a popular one, I think. And if you played the Atari version, it's the same. I've beat both and using the same muscle memory pretty much. The only game I recall pulling off CGA and not making me load that was Bubble Ghost. Ah. Yeah, there was the one downside of like growing up on Atari and then moving to like a PC, which is way more powerful. But like if I want to play the same version, like the same games I used to play, they're like 4 color versions compared to like whatever colors you got on this. It was a bit of a letdown. So like Jumpman, you know, looks fine on Atari and Commodore, but then you play like a horrible CGA pink and blue version on PC. Ow. Ha! He kicked the ninja in the face. Yeah, Lemmings is okay in CGA. Have you seen Commodore Lemmings? It's not bad, like considering it's running on a Commodore. But yeah, I think I might have tried CGA Lemmings once just for the heck of it. You know, I didn't have to. I could play it in normal EGA or whatever it ran up to. Alright, underground. Yeah, it was terrible because you come from Brick 20 and at least reduced a wider colour range. Yeah. Oh, the ninja killed me. That doesn't usually happen at all. G1. I don't know what that's on about. I keep missing the attacks because I must be pushing down slightly. So he ducks a bit. Whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn. Maybe I'm not going to win this version of it. I'm not sure if I actually have won this. I've won the Commodore version on like Ant Stream, so I would have been using my keyboard. Maybe I haven't won it with this slightly dodgy old joystick that's not left-handed. God damn it. So yeah, that might not work. What's up in ninjas? Yeah, it's the opposite of Last Ninja. At least the modern like Bruce Lee fan sequels will use my normal joystick. Oh well. We'll see how far I get on this one life. Started in 86 with Atari 800 XL. Nice. And black and white TV. Yeah, I know a few people that started that way. Are there any games that just don't work in black and white because like you don't get enough contrast between certain colours? Or do they all kind of work out? Then I rolled even further back to 286. Ah, only monochrome remember. Haven't seen one of those monitors for a very long time. But yeah, we had the Atari 130XE, so it would have had the same games, pretty much. Same game library as the 800XL. Last life, I guess. A game got stuck in the cassette deck, which was the double pull snooker combo. Oh, and that's all you could play, like, forever, for the rest of eternity on that system. Monochrome 286, yeah. Couldn't touch some games. Yeah, just unusable. So because that wasn't feasible, we got a 65XE. Nice, so that's pretty much the same as 130XE. Except half the RAM, but ours didn't need the extra RAM. All the games I played would have worked fine on a 65XE, I think. Tape. No, not tape. I hated loading up tapes. Luckily I didn't have too much. Or at all. We had like 100 games just on disc on Atari. Whoa. Go away. Go away. Snooker and pool don't work in black and white. Oh, right. I never saw a game listed as 130. Yeah, same. Like, I guess there was no, like, gaming application for that. Like, you know, no reason for gamers to really get it. We just got it because, I don't know, mum would have found it cheap secondhand. And I don't think I've ever heard of one that's only for 130XE. Similar to the Commodore 128, isn't there something like 7 games that need that, and that's it? And some other games support it, but, you know, you don't need it really. Should I not go back up here? Yeah, probably not. He's okay. Although I still know people that have or want a Commodore 128 anyway. Probably just because they used to have one, so they want it again. I mean, I wouldn't mind another 130XE just because I used to have one. And then because I can play, like stream real Atari. Because I only ever emulate it nowadays. But it's got a quite good emulator, luckily. Come on, get up there. I'm doing alright for this one life, but don't know how long that'll last. C128's pretty rare here. I'm guessing same here, I've never seen one. Then again, I've barely seen any Commodores either. Though Mum used to work in a PC shop or computer shop, and she apparently sold heaps. Like they were very popular. Get down. I think I only saw 1 or 2 in person. Ah, right. Yeah, I don't know how much more expensive they were, or if they just came out at the same price by the time they came out, or what. But... Whoa. That happened. Did I just fall down and then I blinked and then I was back up here? Okay. Go, go, go. Oh no. Whoa. Bloop that one. Slid off the ledge somehow. Yeah, this game it's got some dodgy pixel detection. Like every little pixel that like can trip you up as well. Like and like mess up your jumps and yeah, like even then like these little lines can mess up your running rhythm. I think I died in that to my score. I've done much better. I've got like over 160k, but not with that joystick and not with that version. I did slide off the ledge, kind of. I suppose I should try some more Space Taxi, see if I can slowly get better each time. Or try more intermediate mode. Well, I might try beginner first, just to warm up. Space Taxi! It's quite a classic game, even though I only first played it last year. No, what am I looking for? I was going to go for S, but it's not in S. Wet paint, that sounds fucking tremendous. Wonder how fun that is. Wet paint. Oh yeah, I wonder if these are like different modded versions of the game, like Taxi Mod A, B, B, blah, 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 blah. Or if they're just folders of the game. I should try one. Okay, it doesn't do anything. Oh no, it's loading? No, it doesn't do anything. Because this wasn't on Atari, I don't believe. Fire to begin. Number of cabbies. 1. Morning shift. Yes. What's the standard 24-hour shift? Does that just go through the 1, 2, and 3, I guess? I haven't tried that before. Loading? Hopefully. Oh, yep, it's loading. So, which levels does this pick? Short and sweet. That's the second level. I think. Yeah, well, oh no, it's the first level. I thought when I was watching earlier that was the name of the second level. Oh well. Oh yeah, I gotta push a button. Up, lose. Done. It's a little loading between each level. Yeah, there's definitely the Commodore can definitely do better quality voice sampling than this game, but this is still pretty classic. Oh yeah, pad 1. In fact, I've heard it's like nearly flawless voice quality in a modern game, at least, and in the Felix Jr. game. Like it starts with just like what sounds like a pretty decent recorded line of the voice. Tab 1. Squeaky joystick. Don't want to squish him. That's a different game. Hey, Just Johnny B, Space Taxi. Yeah, it's good fun. There's actually a 4-player version on, the channel Amiga Live where you can like literally just play an Amiga emulator, including multiplayer. And there's one that's just called Space Taxi 3. I think it's unofficial. But that's quite fun. Although when I played it with people, I was a bit too far away, so that it caused lag. You know, like there's a bit too much latency. But if you're playing with people all around where the server is, you know, 'cause you can pick the server, it would be quite fun. But you can like smash each other around and kind of like, so you can effectively kill people. Shit, what had one? Like by smashing them into objects and walls. But it's just good, crazy fun. You'd never hear anything like this attempted. Back when this came out, maybe. There's not too many games I recall with voice, digitized voice, or whatever you call it, or just voice, any kind of voice samples. Especially in Atari, there was less. I remember the Ghostbusters had the intro where he says Ghostbusters. That was on Atari, but the game didn't have any other voice samples apart from that. But on Commodore it did, or it had one more at least. That too. Thanks. Oh yeah, while that voice is happening, like the rest of the whole game has to like freeze so they can do that voice, the voice noise. Like I'll stop in mid-air. Yeah. No real pain. CGA Ghostbusters 2 with no. Oh god, not that one. Ghostbusters 2. That's not great. With no mouse. I've never even played the PC version, so I'm assuming it's like the Commodore one, which is where you just pretty much you start like going down a tunnel like a sewer or something like that. It's quite different than the first Ghostbusters game. Not as good. Have one. Oh, I was just there, you prick. And now he wants to go somewhere else. Whoa, shaky. Oh, does anyone know what the colours mean in this game? See how there's like a flashing yellow block and sometimes there's a red one and sometimes they go blue or green, like, I think. But what does that mean anything? Because I'm just very curious. And no one so far has been able to tell me. It probably means nothing. But it must mean something though, right? I don't know. Oh no, Ghostbusters 2 looks completely different. Okay, different on PC than Commodore. Or you mean just different than Ghostbusters 1? Ooh, different from PC. Alright, yeah. Oh crap, I need some fuel. But, hey, oh that's okay, just you go there. I'm gonna have to wait. Pay me less money, I guess. Alright. Keep your purchase on. Arsebusters. Did not play that for a while. That might not be safe for Twitch, if that's even a game. Arsebusters. They made a whole franchise of Arsebusters. 7. Take a bit of fuel just to do one trip. Looks like the C64 version is missing huge chunks of the game. Okay. I think I read that was 4 levels, unless I was reading about the full version and the Commodore was like has less. But it's like much more of a platformer than a management game like Ghostbusters original. Which I've streamed a bit before. I've never won it. Even as a kid, I like almost won it a couple of times, but just not quite. They took the shooty bits out. Oh, where's the fun in that? They took all the high res bits out. They couldn't even just dumb them down a bit. Yeah, I wonder how many levels Commodore Lemmings has. 'Cause I played a little bit of that. I think I might have just played the first 10 levels, but from what I recall, it was all, you know, the same so far, up to that point. But I kind of doubt that it has 120 levels. I guess it could do. Whoa. What's beeping at me? It'd be cool to play some more Lemmings. Yeah, you had to use the keyboard, of course, but oh, and joystick, but it's not too awkward to do. That's 3. So far, so good. But yeah, the beginner levels really are mostly just very beginnerish, and then they start having moving objects in it that fuck with you. Or even in beginner, there's a ping pong table level with a moving ping pong ball. It's a bit dangerous. Angel, did you end up getting that? I remember once you were trying for the speed run world record for Ghostbusters on Commodore, because you figured out some good ways to play it. Did you ever get that, or get further than that? I just remember you trying it, but I can't remember if anything happened. Shit. Shit. Something really enjoyable about lander games. Yeah. I definitely like this a bit more than the basic ones, just because there's more to do than just landing. Like a lot of the old ones where you're pretty much just taking off and going somewhere and landing. This one you got a bit of a job to do. I'm a New York cabbie in space. At 8? Alright. Now what? Hope he wants to just go up, because that'd be a quite convenient trip. Fuck you. Oh. Alright, do you want to go up? So now one of those colours down the bottom is flashing teal, and one's gone red. What's it mean? Up. Okay, loading. It's a ping pong level. This is the first tricky level, pretty much. Whoa. Move. Yeah, shit. I mean, the ball always follows the same pattern, but still. Power one, please. Okay. If we don't get smashed by space balls. Quick. Now get out of the way. Whoa. Now, get in there, quick. Phew, maybe this is a shorter level because it's harder, I don't know. Is that Michael Caine? It's hard to tell in that emote there. It's hard to tell from this from the small size, but what do they look about him? Teleports. Nah, some new shit. Whoa, it's not the most nice on the eyes kind of animation. What are we doing? Either him or Mike Myers, yeah. Ask McCall sometime. Ah, yeah, one of his. I'm guessing he's got a few emote slots by now. Pad 2. Yep. Here we go. Pad 3. Thank you. $44. Nice. It's a lot more than most streams, I don't know. Whoa. Shit, we're going pad 5. Whoa, he's got a deep voice. Deep and gravelly. Up. Alright, how do we get up? Roger, now he pulls the largest retro crowd. Yeah, it definitely appears that way. Like, Retro Island Gaming might be a close second or third. I mean, a lot of the ones I follow though are more PC focused than console focused, so for all I know there could be some like huge Super Nintendo streamer that I've never heard of. But yeah, McCall always has like close to 1,000 viewers, if not more, it seems. I know Joey always appreciates when she gets a raid from him of like 500, 600, 700 people. As you would. Whoa. This level's a bit silly and random. Okay, how do I... Alright. How long's McCoy even been in the game for, the streaming game? I'm guessing it's quite a few years. Not choosing the same people, fair enough. It's a good use of your kind of your crowd, good use of your powers kind of thing. To, you know, to not just send them all to the same person each time. I mean, if he did that, they might think that he really fancied whoever that one person was. But where am I going? Oh. And that could get awkward. Oh, he's from from those days, so he's really built up a crowd over the years. Yeah. Nice. I'm guessing, like, for him, unlike a lot of people, it's his full-time thing, effectively, or it's like his main gig, main job. Pad 5. His YouTube channel is the one with the famous Sony E3 presser clip in it. I don't even know if I know what that is. I might recognize it if I saw it, I don't know. Does he do separate stuff for YouTube, or kind of like just edit some streams down, and puts them on? Nope, not that. Not that. Not that. That must be this one. Based on real Japanese history. He's supposed to mean crap on it. Oh yeah. Why not? Oh god damn it, I'm gonna run out of fuel. Whoa. Just pissing around trying to figure out which button to push. Also, he's mostly known for his Twitch stuff, I guess. Or, I'm guessing, judging by his viewer amounts. I watch him sometimes, but it just depends. He's pretty cool though. He's usually on at the same time as other streamers that I just watch because, I don't know, I just found them first. And people that I like to chat with. I haven't really tried chatting on his channel much because I'm assuming it might get fairly busy. I don't know. What the heck? Oh yeah, this is the start of the intermediate levels. Will this randomly firing cannons? Here's that clip. Oh nice, I'll check that out later. Cheers. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Like I said, from extra personality and amazing rare pulls game research. Yeah, he does play a very good variety from what it seems. So does he like go through and complete mini games, or should he just try a bit of the game, go and move on, try a bit, and move on? That's kind of what I do, and I should really at some point try to complete the game. Not necessarily on Commodore, although I can do, but like, you know, like when I'm playing old PC games and stuff. Instead of just playing the first like 6 hours of every game. Pad 4, where's pad 4? Oh, right there. I should pick some to actually try and play through. Whoa. Balls. Hang on, I'll read that in a second. Or on a less dangerous level, or a less dangerous game. Finding your first rare find. Game known, no mention anywhere. Published in Germany. 1 copy for sale on some French site. No screenshots for this. Okay. Whoa. I died. What's the game? I probably wouldn't have heard of it. But like, what system is it for even? It'll probably turn out to be crap. It might be like so rare that you couldn't even find a value for it if no one really knows. But I want that stuff played so we have it on record. Yeah. Yeah, I like sort of showing off old games that I've heard of but I've never heard anyone else like mention. I tried to do it earlier with that Polar Play, yeah. I've never heard anyone talk about that game, I've never seen anyone play it. But it was actually quite decent. Like, it probably has better graphics than gameplay, but still quite nice. Nice character movement, because you're kind of skiing around in it. Good try loading in again. I really can't remember if I've had it working or not. What am I doing? Pad 1, please. Alright. I'm just dodging stars. Oh, FMV. So obviously it had a bit of money behind it even. They used to cost a fair bit back in the day for a decent one. And they're quite popular, so it's pretty rare to find one that is like unheard of. Well, I mean they're popular enough. Like Twitch retro PC streamers. I know one streamer at the moment who's pretty much just trying to go through any FMV can like she can, like pretty much all of them eventually, I guess. Fuck. RPG genre. Also, it's using some FMV, but it's an RPG. Right. Can't name it because we're waiting on the purchase to go through. Can't chance it until it's secured. Fair enough. I think I'm going to keep dying and maybe move on soon. Okay, don't pay attention. Whoa. Do you know if it's even in English, or you said it was a German game, didn't you? Or is it all German? Hey, I got a little melody very quietly. Was that for reaching $300, I guess? I don't know. You are now slightly well off. I think I gained another life, and that's what that music was. Probably for reaching $300. But given the other two dealing on games we found from them, it should be in English. So I'm guessing it's a 90s game. Just having FMV elements usually means either 90s or sort of modern. But all the classic ones are 90s. Yay. Oh, magnets. I remember this one. I've only played this one once. You're constantly getting pulled towards these magnets. Unsurprisingly. But you always have to wrestle against them. And you even have to like push down to land, you can't just float down. But you can stick to the pads for a little bit until you take off. Convenient. Pad 2, that's also convenient. Get down, down. Honestly, even if it's another language, that just makes it more fun to translate, pick up cultural interpretations for how they do storytelling. Yeah, true. Like, it could just be subtitled English. Assuming it has voices. Yeah, the magnets, like, it's cool how the game introduces new aesthetics and just new things, new challenges. Kind of like Jumpman, how each level's got a different kind of gimmick to it. Shit, where am I going? A new challenge that you've never seen before in the game. Archcanics, yep. That's a word. No. Whoa. Hey. That's a bit shaky. So barely any levels have a refueling option, or even energy. Black hole. Oh, this is just similar but with a black hole. That sucks you in. Whoa! Hey! I'm trying to move. I'm trying to... I tried. This one's got fury. Get down, down, down. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's up? You're gonna mention Duke Donut stream earlier on. Oh yeah, he's cool. I haven't actually seen him. I haven't been caught him like much lately. Shit. But I used to watch him probably more often than before I found a whole bunch of other people, I guess. He did some cool old RPGs from what I recall. Oh, I killed a guy. I think I mainly remember in old PC RPGs. Ah, shit. And digs up lots of rare old stuff as well. No! Oh well, I'm alive. Not even sure if I've even passed this level in the one time that I attempted it. Apple pigs, okay. Whoa, 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 that's close. Well, shit. Oh, yes, let's get out of here if I can. No, no. Careful. Fuck. Oh well. I might have an... Well, I probably will have a high score because I've never before played on that mode. But this game has a corrupt... Or this version of this game has a corrupt high scores table, I think. I'll show you the high scores table if you haven't seen it. Up the high scores. There's the high scores. I don't know where I stand on that list. Yeah, I don't know, it's just broken. Alright, what's next? Do I want to look at my list of things to maybe play? Or just try and find random things? I'm trying to think what I was talking about earlier today, about maybe trying. Chucky Egg, that's something I'm half decent at. Minor Toy 49ers, not too hard. Jungle Hunt was pretty good. It's an easy one to find as well. It's AA. Buck Rogers. I wonder which one that is, because there's 2 RPG Buck Rogers games, and then I think there's also just a normal action game. Cool to get into a big RPG sometime. That might take. I might need a separate stream for like playing one or two of them. And then I need to make sure they all work. Like, cause they usually want a blank disc to save onto, so I need to make sure I can switch between discs and know which one the blank one is, or if that's going to be too tricky. I don't know. Wow. Courtesy of SHF. Okay. Are there difficulty choices so I can say beginner? Why not? I mean, I've played this before, but... There's some crackly stuff on the screen. Well, this feels lower frame rate than the Atari version that I'm used to. Just a bit. It's almost like it's got a film grain down the peak, but it's really just a pixel that keeps appearing. Yeah, it's all just a bit slower feeling than the Atari one. Maybe this is like ported from their version. Whee! Alright. So it's got like 4 separate levels with different things, and then it repeats with more difficulty. In fact, I've barely ever been able to get past the repeat of this level, because every so often a blind would have a monkey on it, and it's so hard to avoid. Like, you have to, like, especially with the monkeys in the middle, you have to try and get either really high or really low on the vine, and it's just hard to time your jumps like that. Oh. Even that melody didn't sound quite right. It's meant to be like or something like that. Can you change the jump so fast you beat the screen scrolling? Maybe. Until I just fail one. Which might happen before I beat the screen scrolling. I like how that's the speedrun strategy for Sonic 1 on the Sega Master System. As you pretty much just get so far ahead of the screen scrolling that you survive everything because no hazards have actually loaded where you are, so you can just win. You just keep pushing forward and win. I don't know what these things are supposed to be, but they just tickle you a bit, see? Lol. Yeah. Wee. 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 Yeah, beginner mode's not too hard. Well, until it starts repeating levels, then it doesn't really matter what difficulty you're on. It's just going to be hard. Yeah, as like a real young kid, I never really had any consoles, but I eventually bought my own Master System because like heaps of my mates had one, so I just liked the games already, you know. So I just wanted one, and they were cheap as by the time I was like 13ish, 12 or 13. Problems around there because they were old news by then, like PlayStation and stuff would have been out, and N64. But yeah, Mega Drive or Genesis and Master System were real big here, like way bigger than Nintendo until N64 era. With the good old built-in Alex Kidd and Miracle World. I beat Sonic 1 by playing it after school at Radio Shack on display. Okay. Oh yes, now I just have to rescue the girl, of course. Because that's what the objective of half these old games was. Between the SMS, I had the NES. Nice. I've seen one NES. I played on it, like one that I've in real life and played on it. But all I played was a bit of Super Mario Bros. Because my cousins had it. And that's the only one I've seen in real life. Shit. Go! Yay. Yeah, I've seen no Super Nintendos. Do you want one? They're insanely cheap and common. What, a Sega Master System? Or a NES, you mean? I probably should at some point. People do mention how they have a very good library of games. And I'd probably just have to find a New Zealand adapter, which is pretty simple these days. Potentially, then. I mean, I might be able to find them here if I actually looked. But I just don't recall ever seeing them, you know. We just had... Maybe Sega was just that big here. See, now there's fucking monkeys. And on the Atari version, this repeat, it should be like at dusk, which I reckon looks a lot cooler, like the fact that it changed. How, yep, not that it matters now, because you can use any monitor and TV, they can both handle either. Oh. But yeah, we were PAL. Or we technically are still, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, that's what the monkeys do. They just throw you right off, and I just don't really know a reliable way to get past them. No, I have to get up higher on that blind. Oh, no. He just flings you. Oh, just. Whoa. Oh, threw me off screen. I thought for a second I went so fast, like you said, and beat the screen scrolling. Oh no, the screen scrolling just speeds up if I try and just push it seems. Oh well. Game over. It's about exactly as far as I thought I'd get in that game. You have to deal with any system I've needed to convert power for. Japan was 120 volts as well. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're 240. I believe. Yeah, 240 volt. So yeah, I had to get a what do you call it, a power adapter for this Commodore, of course, and I got a modern one because apparently the old ones can praise systems nowadays, which would not be good. So I got a keylog power supply. They seem all good. All right, what are we looking for? See what else is in my old folder. Could try that Polar PE again, but it might just not work at all, or it just might not work. It might not be compatible with the SG2 IEC that I've got. Not everything is. There's SimCity for Commodore, which I haven't even tried yet. I'll try this again, why not? I kind of do want to play it. Cat just looking. Oh, it's Bernard, yeah. The flat face variety of cat. He's either sleeping or cleaning, usually. Or watching the other cats. They seem to fascinate him. Oh, that's why it doesn't work. It's broken. It even says right there. I waited like a minute last time and it just did nothing with it. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's the other joystick. No, not really. Bernard. Got the old Bernard mode as well. Where's that? Well, I got a couple based on him. Where are they? One that's a photo and two that are just I don't know, interpretations of Bernard. Yeah, this isn't going to work, is it? Art Huff. That's not a name. Is that a company? I don't know. That's right. I was trying to load that Polar Pie area and it just wasn't happening. So you didn't see or miss much. Well, you didn't see anything, but you didn't miss much. So yeah, but I'll you just let me know though, because I have sometimes just reset it and not checked. Probably saying it the proper way. Bernard, yeah. Well, sometimes we call him Bernard if we want him to sound posher. A bit more posh. Bernard. 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 You right? He just stares at me like, why do you interrupt my cleaning? Right, now what? Got all these other random discs, and I got like multi-disc games converted to one disc, so they don't need disc stopping and stuff like that. They can be handy. Although some of them are like big RPGs that I had to get working in terms of a save disc. First it caught 2. What are all these? I don't even know what half these are. But they're all games that would have been in more than one disc, but yeah. Oh, the Street Fighter 2, which like Commodore probably has the worst port ever of that game, which is so bad. Test Drive 2. I remember that being good. Well, I remember being alright back in the day. It's probably a bit outclassed these days by other driving and racing games. It's the thing with a lot of simulation kind of games don't age too well just because a lot of what's best about them is just how they look and control, and that usually just gets better over time. Gauntlet 3. I think that's Hollywood Poker. I think that's a bit porny. Hydra. Anything good here? The Lane Mastodon. Check out some more Lemmings. Fantasy 3, that was an RPG. This might have a bit more loading time than your average game, because it's probably loading in like 3 or 4 discs worth. Awesome. I don't know why I'm Joey. I had to read that message like 3 times, so I just almost didn't believe it. That's awesome. Awesome news. 25th. Nice. So you just got back? That is so good. No, because you were not seeming too happy about when or if it was even going to happen. That is awesome. You're in total disbelief. Yeah, I pretty much read the message and I was like, no, that's not a message from Joey. And then it's like, oh, it is. I was not expecting that. I don't know if you were expecting that. We'll celebrate by playing some Lemmings. 25th. So what is the date? 11th. Nice. That's like 2 weeks away ish. Yeah, 2 weeks. So will that be on a Tuesday as well? After stream or during stream? Yeah, wishful thinking. Well, this time it worked out. They got one that bum team. Yeah, and whoever else offered. Yeah, it's a Wednesday. Oh, okay, nice. So it's not even really interrupting your stream. And then you can recover and see how you feel about streaming over the next week after that, or just lie on the couch for a week. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be like. Loading. All right, I let this sit a bit near the keyboard here because I have to use the keyboard. Man, you've waited so long to hear just a date, let alone actually get the surgery done. Lemmings. It's basically this version of Lemmings is like even the DOS version didn't have this intro cutscene, and the DOS version is a very good port, even though it doesn't have the multiplayer. But we get cutscenes on Commodore. It might keep you overnight, fair enough. You might do a little groggy hospital chat stream. Nice. That makes me think of Katie doing a stream from a hospital when she had some COVID, but she was recovering. Gonna play it like for the following Friday. Yeah, because it's only a couple of days after. Just do something. Are you still playing King's Quest? I guess that's a relaxing game. I don't know. So I guess this is like the Amiga version. I barely recognise this cutscene because I only had the DOS version. Lemmings. So all that loading before was just for the cutscene, I guess. Now we're gonna load some more. Oh, you should post something to your Discord, Joey, if you haven't already. So everyone can celebrate or congratulate you or whatnot. I don't know, it was just good news. Might be able to play from the couch on the laptop if I can get my other laptop sorted to handle encoding like it used to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, most of the games you play would work on any old laptop or on your laptop. Come on, Lemmings. I mean, it is a big game compared to everything I played today. I think it has to load a bit between levels. Oh, I might actually need to know this code for this version. I can't remember if it's correct. I think I have the manual though. Or should I just try it? Okay, it might just work on the... I think I had another version that wasn't properly correct. Intro, new level, FX. How do we pick one? One? Yeah, one. Laptop powers on, takes over, stream signal. Said it was Xmas. Ah, yeah. Well, it was for Joey earlier, getting all those gifted, all those fancy joysticks. Some of them looked a bit fancy anyway. Alright, so yeah, this is pretty much the Lemmings as you would possibly remember it as normal, more or less, from what I've played so far anyway. So I push number buttons to get things, and you dig, and you win the level already. But it's a real small viewport, I guess, just so the game runs. And I don't know if there'll be levels with 100 lemmings like there used to be. Usually a DOS and old win games to your laptop, true, yeah. It passes through Elgato to desktop, all that will change is the location and the encoding computer. Yeah. Whoa, you can get stuck up there? Okay. That's different. So it should work then. Well, it depends what your other laptops like for encoding. And... Hey, why are you going that way? I probably don't even need all of them, but just in case. Unlike Lemmings 2, there's no bonus to saving additional lemmings, so on a lot of levels I'll just save one lemming and then blow up the rest. Because I can. Like, I think a lot of these early ones, yeah, you only need 10%, I think, so we're only going to save one lemming. I don't think there's too much loading between levels. So, do we want to save that guy? How did I speed up? Plus and minus? Oh, there's plus and minus over here. Cool. Speed up the execution of most of them. Nice. Done. Spot on. You can't get much closer than that. Technically you can. but it was enough. Well, you can't get much closer to the required amount, I guess, is what they mean. You can get better, but it's not really better. 10% to be saved. Cool. Need a few blockers. Pass for the minimum, exactly, minimum requirements. All you need. And Lemmings 2, you carry on your level, your tribes are Lemmings through each level, so you like, however many you save, they go on to the next level, blah blah blah. I think they'll survive that drop. They do on the PC version, but this might be different. Cool. But yeah, in this one, you just get the minimum and go, just move on. I wonder what the most this can have on screen. I think I've only played the first one on C64. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've only recently tried this version. And of course I've had the PC one for like most of my life. Since I was probably could barely read. Now we want to bomb them. The pound symbol. What's it? I know you have to double tap something to bomb one, pretty sure. Oh yeah, you hit a double tap backspace. I guess so you can't accidentally single tap it, even though it's not near any of the other keys. I backspaced the hell out of them. But yeah, I even got Lemmings 2 when I was real young. I remember getting it for his birthday or Christmas, one or the other. They're both in the same week. Might have been combined even, I don't know. I've got to stream some more of that sometime. Try and eventually pass it. Nice explosion. Oh yeah, I've got my cool Lemmings emote as well. Which I'm sure most people, if you've seen me anywhere, you've probably seen the emotes. Tan lemming. That was a beach lemming, so of course they're a bit tan. Right. We want a lineup. And we want a bunch of tickets. Right. Go, you, get him, done. Nice. It's a fun emote. Good old dancing emote. There's so many different dancing kind of emotes around. Can't even remember if I need to disable all of them, but maybe. You needed 100. Alright, cool. Now what do I need? Who knows? $100. No, this is pretty easy. I bet Oh No More Lemmings didn't come to the Commodore, because I mean that game just gets way harder, so it would just be probably too annoying to do all the real annoying tricky moves with like a, you know, using the keyboard and joystick. Now, where do I want to bash? Through here. Wait. Is he just going to keep going? Cool. 99. 30 out. Yeah, I think 30 is the most I've seen on one level so far. Maybe it's the maximum. I just really doubt it's 100. 100 was even too much for the original Amiga, actually. And that's why in Oh No More Lemmings there's only a maximum of 80. Because that 80 doesn't quite slow the game down, but 100 does. Oh no, I guess on an Amiga 500. Yeah. But of course the PC doesn't give a shit, because any PC that's like more than, I don't know, like 8 megahertz is probably fine with 100. think this can also have. I have played this one with music. I think you can have either sound or music. So I'll try switching them if I can remember the controls, or else I can look them up. Because the music's quite good as well. It just gets a bit quiet without it. You played it on a 3. Yeah, that would have been fine. Like overkill for it. Yeah, we had a 66 megahertz PC, which obviously ran it fine. But if you push the turbo button, it goes down to 8 megahertz, and I noticed no difference. Like it just seemed to run it fine. I think Lemmings 2 slowed down a little bit with 8 megahertz though. 20% to be saved. Okay. There we go. That's going to save at least 20%. Not much more. How many are going to come out? 30 again. That's probably the maximum in this version. Your turbo dropped you to when should I put it? Yeah. Oh, when you push the button in, it slows it down, which is why it's always been weird that they call it a turbo button. It's kind of the opposite. But yeah, 8 hertz. Imagine that. But yeah, it was switched between 66 and 8 because it had a little display on the little digital like LED display, LCD, whatever you call it. You had 80 megahertz 486. I haven't seen them. Actually, I've never seen any 486 above 66, but I've heard of the 100 megahertz, the DX4s, but I don't think I've heard of the 80s or anything else. Oh, I might have heard of a 90. I don't know. I'm guessing they were quite a lot more rare and expensive compared to the DX. Even like the DX2 66 megahertz was pretty top end when we got it at least. This is before the Pentium was even out. 80s were weird. Only were there briefly before the DX4 100s. Hey, welcome in the American Dweem. How you going? Builders will help me here to save 50% of Lemmings. And if you had a 66 megahertz like 486, I'm guessing it wasn't really worth upgrading to a 100. You might as well just go to some kind of Pentium by the time you're considering an upgrade for 486. Right, just need to get 50%. Probably the most common PCs, yeah. And I'm guessing when like Pentiums came out, the 486, 66 was probably like a real decent price range. But yeah. It's pretty much the first PC I remember using. I think it might have been a 386 at first, but then Mum probably would have quickly upgraded, or fairly quickly upgraded it to a 486 at some point. Working in a computer store when the Pentium... Oh yeah, that would have been busy times, I'm guessing. A popular piece of hardware and software. Yeah, I remember the Pentium 90 being a pretty common starting point for people getting a Pentium. You'd hear Rolling Stone Start Me Up. Oh, right, that was used... was that just used in an ad for Windows, or was it actually used as part of Windows? Or like, I just know it's associated because of at least an ad, I think. Start me up. But I don't recall like hearing it much back then because, I don't know, we had Windows 95, but I don't recall the ads. It was used for the full ad campaign and on the demo discs. Oh, okay. Probably didn't see the demo discs. Not as complicated as it looks. That is true. It gives you everything to try and confuse you. Like, it gives you access to every lemming, but all you have to do is turn them around and done. Yeah, it's commercial at least. I recall that vaguely. Or maybe I just recall hearing about it, like, later in life. The Plus disc also had Weezer, Buddy Holly's. Yeah. I remember a Weezer might have been a different Weezer song as well. Though. I can't remember now. Might have been different in some regions as well. I remember something we got. I think it's a version of Windows. Like it might have been Windows 98 or 98 SE. Had a music video for I think it was a Weezer song, the one that had all the puppies and kittens and stuff just running around. Cost them $3 million to license that song. Oh, it's probably worth it for them as well. I mean, I can't imagine how much they made from the launch of Windows 95. As long as you try your best. 90% to be saved, release rate 99. Okay. Right. Right. Yeah. Ship. Where's that ship? Bit of a frame dip. When there's too many on screen. Yeah, I doubt we'll see more than 30 on screen on this version. It worked. That was a very successful marketing campaign. Yeah. Microsoft, at least back then, were always, or seemingly quite effective at marketing. Even if I don't remember it at the time, I just sort of read about it afterwards. OS2 was taking over in a lot of places. Oh, yeah. I know that was very popular in schools, even here, because like I don't remember seeing mini Macs just at all in general, apart from it in schools quite often. Maybe libraries. I've actually never used any Apple hardware ever, I don't think. Because even the ones I used in schools were mainly just Windows. Oh, so the ATMs here ran. Okay. Huh. I wouldn't have a clue what ATMs ran here. Maybe they did use that. So maybe I have used it in an Apple product. Right. We want to block it. Wait, is that even going to help? Is there a pause? Why is space or P not pause? It really should be one of them, right? I'll try again. Oh no, OS2 was IBM. Oh, what am I thinking of? I keep thinking of like Mac OS2. Ah, right, alright. IBM. I don't even know if Mac OS2 is a thing. I need 50%. Okay, maybe I don't want to block right away. It's probably not going to help. No, maybe that one. Now, I don't want to go down indefinitely. I want to mine out, I guess. Is that all of them? Okay. Mac was losing big ground at that point. Oh yeah, I bet. It was the post-Jobs era, and they've been trying to copy. Oh yeah, because Jobs like left for a while and came back, didn't he? I don't know if this is true or just like someone made it up just to talk shit about Apple, but I heard somewhere like, and that's why I have no idea if it's true or not, because I have no idea where I heard it. But I heard that when like on like the day that that Jobs came back into Apple, I think apparently on that day he cancelled all the different charity programs that they had, which might have only been like 2 or 3. Like they were like, I don't know, raising and giving a bit of money to charity. That was like his first move pretty much when he came back into power. that could be just complete horseshit, but. Kick about there, he hides Steve. Oh, yeah. Keep your hair on, Mr. Lemmings. Alright. We will want a couple of climates. Ah, the arrows don't move in this version. We will want a couple of floaters. Yeah, floater. I believe it. Not a Jobs fan. Yeah, that's the thing. It didn't sound like, when I heard it, I didn't have any reason to disbelieve it. It just sounds like the kind of thing he'd do. But undeniable impact, yeah. Alright. It's a bit weird having to switch between joystick and keyboard, but well, it works. Are they all out? Oh yeah, all 30 of them are out. Oh, make that 29. Had emotional control issues in the 80s and 90s. Yeah. He was always a weirdo. He effectively could have lived longer, but he didn't like deny treatment for his cancer, and effectively thought he could treat it, with methods of his own or methods that he read about, which is effectively like eating fruit. I think that was his idea. Like he just get plenty of vitamins or something, and and he'll be right. Oh, what are you doing, you monkey? Do I even have to wait for this one? Probably not. I'm gonna assume not, and maybe have to replay the level. %. That's gotta be good. You did 83. I should really check these percentages before I go in. Now that the levels aren't totally, completely simple. Well, they still kind of are. Oh yeah, I was gonna try music. I guess I push M. If that doesn't work, I'll look it up. 50%. Okay. Oh yes. It looks like metal that I can't bash through, but it's fine, isn't it? I don't know why it looks like that though. Whoops, bit far. More iron for their diet. Yeah, but the thing is, there is still shit that they can't get through, and it looks effectively what I remember in the normal game. It looks pretty much like that. It always has like the 4 studs on the corners, and yeah, it just kind of looked like that. Maybe it'll just look different in this version. Get up there, you laggy bunch of pixels. Now let's have a quick look in the manual. I want to see, get this music on. I mean, the sound effects are alright, but nothing special. They do the job. Right, I think I got the manual in here, amongst a bunch of other Commodore manuals. No. I'll quickly go to Google. C64 controls. Hey Lucy. Oh, now the cat is talking. It's going to tell me the controls. I thought there was a button for that. Maybe it's something I have to change in the menu. I wonder if I can go back to the menu and then come back here. Oh, I've still got a blocker waiting, don't I? Or if I need to know the password. I could write it down just in case. Oh, I've got the password right here in front of me, actually, in this wiki article. So what level am I up to? Serviceable. We all fall down level 13. Okay. I better push 1 and run stop. Go back to the menu, apparently. No? It says run stop. Where do I push it then? Maybe in the next screen? I don't know. Oh, the shift lock button is pause. Okay. Because I should be able to pause it and even assign skills to them while pause. Oh, here I can push 1 stop. Right. Shift lock. So that's the button that actually goes down when you push it and then comes back up. I see. Like it's actually got two different states. Which you don't really get these days on keyboards, I don't think. Come on, it's just a menu. Music. Player. Will it go back to that same level? No, it looks like Joey's posted about I posted to a Discord about the surgery date. Nice. Date to get my guts cut. Yeah, right, what's this on? Right level? Cool. Let's see what the music's like. Just give me a second. Hey Lucy. What's she chatting about? I don't know if you can hear her, but she's like meep, meep, meep. She probably wants something food related. Alright. This, I like the annoying level. Hey, we've got music. Don't know what the volume's like at your end. Hopefully it's good. I'm not listening to the exact same source. Well, I'm listening to it straight from the TV. Right, let's load. These levels are just slow and tedious. I don't really like these ones. There's like 4 variations on this that just get harder and harder. But all you have to do is dig so that they don't quite splat on the ground. And I think you always need 100%. They're just not fun levels. So at least we got the music. Okay, hopefully I didn't bring them out too fast. Ooh, shit. Did I break one of them? Did I split? I might have fucked up. I think I did. Too fast. Damn it. I just wanted to speed through the level, but no. I'll check if I need 100%. I bet I do. So annoying that there's 4. You have to do this level 4 times all up. Needed 100. Okay, we'll speed up a little bit, but not that much. Yeah, that might work. I wonder if this has all the tracks from the PCs and Amiga version. Alright. 20? I don't know. Okay, off in a second when I don't have to think too much. Oh, I thought I was going to lose just the last one and like have to do it all over again because of that. You don't see evil Disney employees pushing off a cliff. Nah, this game, it is based on that myth, but yeah. But they do it willingly. Well, seemingly willingly, I don't know. Maybe they're mind controlled. Or blackmailed, who knows. Or they're just that dumb. It always pauses at the end when I've already finished, like making me think that there's another living there somewhere, but it's, I don't know, it takes an extra second or two. Can you do it again? Maybe, if I have to. No, this one's not hard, it just sort of takes a couple of minutes. Right, let's just check things quickly. Cool. Go. So this is just a bunch of bashing and building, I think, really. Hey. This tune might not actually be in the DOS version, maybe it's just got all different ones. But the DOS version, and I assume from what I've seen of the Amiga version, they had like all, well, a mixture of traditional songs, and like effectively, yeah, traditional, like, or what do you call it, classical stuff that you can license for free, or just use for free, and then it had some originals. That's not really high enough, is it? It was like maybe half and half, maybe slightly more old songs than originals. Oh, that's still giving me the noise for the builders, even though I've got the music mode on. That's cool. Like when the builder's finishing off, you know, they make a noise. Yeah. Tink, tink. Yeah, it's real handy. It's the one noise that you do rely on in this game, sometimes. We'll go for a nice slow bash through there. Oh, that's it, that's it. This is it, done. Maybe this is a shorter version of this level. It just doesn't look as big. I thought there's like more, you know, pillars and dips, usually. Could just be smaller. I don't recall it being usually that simple. Yeah, and this is a level that repeats later on, at least in versions I've played, and like they'll just give you way less resources to do it with, but it's still, even then, it's pretty simple. Although, and they probably give you like less time. That's a big thing of like a lot of the repeated levels, and just a lot of the later levels, is like the time limit really becomes a thing you have to worry about. Early on, there's gonna be plenty of time. Like then. You needed a 75. I don't even know how you lose a quarter of them in that one. You pretty much get 100 or nothing. Right, what do we need now? Don't let your eyes deceive ya. Okay. 80% to be saved, 30 lemmings. Oh, this might be one of the first ones where I need like a trailblazer lemming who goes ahead of the others. So I'll put all the other ones down here. And this guy can do all the hard work. Rebuild. And this might be the first level with a trap on it, but obviously we're going to try and avoid it so you won't see it killing the enemies. And this one gave me like 8 minutes, it seems. Which is way too much, really. Oh, I didn't really need to continue there. That's okay, just keep building. Okay, so it's not really a trap in here because you can already see it's like a thing that kills you, but you can sort of see what it is already. No quick way to zoom around in the trees, I don't think. Like no mini-map. Whoa, that keeps scrolling a lot longer than I intended it to. Probably because these guys are lagging the game a bit. Now, is he in? Or did he turn around? And die. Oh, someone done, yeah. And I blew one of them up, so that should be enough. Ooh. Yeah. That's enough, isn't it? Don't need all of them, hopefully. Needed 80. Should I maybe switch games soon? I can easily get lost playing Lemmings for hours and hours, but I'm trying to do a bit of variety. Easy. And I can always continue from wherever I got up to at some point. Don't do anything too hasty. Well, the Lemmings always move at a specific speed, so they're not going to do anything too hasty, really. 50% to be saved. I can always pause it and have a look at the level. Now that I know how. Okay. Oh. I think it's skipping levels now. Like, yeah, I don't recall this being the next level after that one. And obviously in the DOS version, I think there's quite a few more ahead of that, but it must just be skipping a bunch of them because it's only going to do X amount, like not 120, I guess. And this one gets quite hard. I mean, it's hard. This one can be tricky enough on the normal, with normal controls, a mouse and you know, a mouse and keyboard. It's going to be even harder with joystick and keyboard. So we could move on now and just say next time, if I want to play this again, I'll start at level 16 and attempt this. But for now, we'll, I don't know, play some more random shit. Anyone got any requests? Or we could just try picking a completely random games and seeing what they're like. I like doing that on Atari sometimes, just finding a game that I don't recognise the title of whatsoever. And just playing it. Oh, my shift locked in. And then sometimes I actually find out that I do know what the game is. I just hadn't played it for years and I forgot the name of it. These are all lowercase now because I must have like did something with the shift lock. I don't know. It's not. My shift lock's not on now. But... Oh, I can read all the names properly. Usually it fucks them up. Like the first letter of each one will be like because I did a capital letter, it'll recognise it as a different symbol, as opposed to a letter. Okay. What should we play then? I'm just playing completely random stuff. Dyphus? What's that? It sounds like a shoot 'em up. Don't know that. Well, yeah, a lot of it's new to me. I mean, when there's 10,000 games, even if I knew like 100 of them, then most of it's still new to me. King's Ransom, Star Empire. Apparently there's a new Empire Strikes Back game that has just been released for Commodore 64, which is apparently actually quite impressive. I'll have to grab that sometime. I can only imagine it must be free, because you're not going to charge for something that's owned by Disney, really. That'll be stupid. Block and Chain R. Some of the characters still don't come out right, whatever they're supposed to be. Oh, that's one I just done. Oi. Wizard of Oz. That's probably the text adventure. Mask of the Sun. I don't know. There were some fairly good text adventures on Commodore because quite a lot of them are like illustrated, but they're still text adventures. They're still all done by the text, but they just have nice drawings. Hard Work. Para Academy. Reading these sound okay? Breakdown. Magic 6. I don't know. I've never heard of pretty much all of them. Come on. These ones I've downloaded specifically because I wanted to play them at some point. I've even got modern ones as well, because of course there are still people making, like, you know, plenty of Commodore games still, really, and even selling them. I wish I could get Navy SEALs working, but no, I don't think so. Bard's Tale? No, that might take a while. Turban is the New Zealand story, which is not a New Zealand game. It's not amazing. It's got some pretty good graphics and sounds, but the gameplay is pretty standard platformer. I could try some Montezuma's Revenge. Why not? See how far I get in it this time. Well, it comes with also on the disc or the program or the disc for this is obviously the game Montezuma, and then there's apparently the holiday wrap and an Arkanoid demo. That's a bit random. I want to see what the holiday wrap is though. We can't read that line and not see what it is. I mean, it's a program. Okay, it's quite quiet at my end at least. Is that quiet at your end? But it literally just sounds like some rap. Well, sort of rap. Well, it's just a cover of Summer Holiday, but that's interesting, like playing through the Commodore. Okay. I guess that's quite impressive. I don't know. It's like just doing that with a Commodore that has like a 1 megahertz processor and almost 0 kilobytes of RAM, or pretty close to 0. I never knew that was a thing. I wonder how much more little bonus things there are like this in this collection. Summer holiday. Okay. I guess it's just going to loop eventually, or maybe it already is looping. Yeah. Because that's on a version that I downloaded, so like whoever cracked the game must have chucked that in, and for some reason the Arkanoid demo. Huh. Oh well, we'll try actual Montezuma's Revenge for a bit. Which is another of the very first games I ever played, probably amongst the first 10. The trackers seem great free MP3. Yeah. I don't know if that was done with just tracking software or what, or just some kind of early compression. Yeah. Who knows? Oh, that's right. I got Castlevania in here as well, which is actually a really good port. Well, I mean, it's quite different than. Well, I haven't really played much of Castlevania 1 on other systems. Hey, Ghostbuster216, thanks for the host. Does that not alert? I don't think it always does alert nowadays. Apparently something changed, and I haven't got my thingy open to look what's going on. Activity feed. How you going? Welcome in. You were streaming, weren't you? How's your stream? Playing? I don't know. I saw your alert, you know, Discord alert, but I was pretty busy at the time. Well, I've been busy all day so far. What I'm looking for? Montezuma's Revenge. Is one of these? Monty on the Run? No. Monty Boyd? What's it? Oh, Monty Python's Flying Circus. What's that? I don't know if I've tried that. Did some more. Yeah, that's right. Super Mario RPG. Stumped on the final boss. Keep attacking and healing. I don't know. I haven't played the final boss. Warlock, Widzball, Enforcer, Art. Aussie Metal. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, wherever I got my Castlevania, I should try that. Since I already lost where Montezuma's Revenges. Castlevania. I thought it was down here somewhere. Castle. This will have a bit of loading time. It's another multi-disc game that's been converted to one bigger disc format. But it's pretty cool. And it's got quite nice, it's got real good graphics and a real nice like music and sound at the same time, which is, it sounds silly, but that used to be rare, or fairly rare. Games usually have one or the other quite often. All very simple music and very simple sound. So my screen's black. Your screen apparently just glitched up. Let's, oh no, mine, yeah, I'll fix that. Here we go, it's just loading. I believe, or no, push space. Yeah, you have to push space and then it loads. Not that it told me that. I have to double check if I've been dropping any frames. Hopefully not. Drop frame 0, nice. It's good having a LAN cable going straight to your modem and not relying on Wi-Fi or anything else. Anything else that's not a cable. Alright, loading more. Come on. It is loading. A lot of games never told you that. You just assume that the screen's black or flickering or something. It's just loading. Or it might have crashed, who knows. But they never just said, like, loading, please wait. And it's kind of been a hard thing to write, to make it, you know, to make a game do, but no. You never know. Yeah, you're true. You'd be hearing a disc tape spinning. Yeah, I'm running all my games off an SD card, and they are notoriously silent. Well, I don't know if they're that notorious for it, but they don't make noise. Yeah, back in the day, they'd be like something like that. There was at least like the Atari disk drive. Can't recall the Commodore one too. Yeah, good. You can just wait here and nothing happens. But yeah, you look forward and then things will start spawning. Yeah, I was just gonna say that it's loud at my end. It's just this game. Is that better or that too low? I'm gonna have to turn it right down even mine. That's good. Cool. All right. Yeah, it just comes in blasting this game. Oh, a secondary weapon. Now I have throwing knives. I'll try to remember to turn that volume back up for other games, unless it's... Yeah, most other things it's not too loud, eh? Apparently my ad is about to start, just as a warning. I don't even usually check for that, but I mean, a lot of people here are kind of subscribed right now, so that's not your concern. It is kind of cool that gives you a warning, though. I've seen streamers like that, they'll sort of just stop their gameplay for like half a minute and just chat, so that people who get ads don't miss out, you know, on the game. It's not a common thing to do. I at least know one streamer that does that. Oh yeah, I can throw by pushing like up and button. Oh. Is he gonna come back? Nope. Alright. Get up the stairs. You have to push up and right. But up is also my jump button, so you have to make sure I try not to jump as well. And because this is Castlevania, this is one of the few games where you can pick up hearts and they don't heal you. Because why would they? Because hearts do something else. Oh. hearts are kind of like a magic power, like mana. See, I'm actually not too sure how comparable this is to the original Castlevania 1, so I don't even think I've played it. I played like other Castlevanias. Well, mainly Symphony of the Night. And that's real good. But that's quite a few generations later than this one, so you can't really compare them. Whoa, that's flashy. Does that like kill everything on screen? Not that it matters because they just come back anyway. Loading. Oh no, I thought it loaded between levels there. That's pretty fancy. Oof. My health is getting low. Oh yeah, wall turkey, of course. There's some health for us. Gotta have your wall turkey. Oh, we killed each other at the same time. Oh, this is gonna have to push people, isn't it? Hey. Oh wait, oh god damn it, I'm trying to jump up there, piss off. The vulnerable enemies that can spawn anywhere. It's like in Ghosts and Goblins, like you'll be mid-jump and an enemy will spawn right where you're about to land. Like, and there's nothing you can do about it in that game. Or this game, really. But you can't change your jump once you're in mid-air. There's wall turkey there, but our health's full now, so... Oh, no, it's not even there now. Oh yeah. We don't really need it, though. I wish I could take it with me for later. Hey! Oh. What's that? Okay. Oi. I'll take that. Aww. Lost a whole sack of money. Tasty wall meat. Yeah, I bet it's fresh. Just go away. I've got a time stop thing? That's actually maybe help here. I think this is like a powered up whip, I don't know. Seems to change a bit. It used to just be a yellow whip. Whoa. I'm not sure if these candles can ever be hiding meat, or if you had to like pretty much find all the meat in the walls. Whoa. That's flashing. Whoa. Okay. That's how staircases work. Ah, I couldn't see them when I jumped. Money, money, money. I should try using out this power at some point. Maybe on the boss. Ow, my toe. What the? Am I invincible? Okay, now I have an axe instead of the power. Oh, the boss. Okay, that works. Oh, get him, get him, get him. Oh, don't die, don't die. Get him, get him, get him. Yes, I nearly died. Get my health up there. Oh, full health. I ate his soul, I guess, and got full health. And got lots of points. Hey, how's the mic? Welcome in. Actually, did you nip in before? Or was it just someone else using 3 lemons emotes? No, that's something else. That's track 0. How's it going, Mike?
Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo, Neil!
Nice. Good old young one sound clips. And the channel points for anyone's amusement. There's also other sounds if you go there for anyone's amusement if you use those. Right. New level. And a cross. Okay. Knight. Ow. Well, I guess it's a knight. He doesn't have a shield or a sword or anything. Oh, there's that. Whoa! Tough guy, eh? Oh, stop spawning. Gotta check that wall turkey. And this even has a save game feature, which is, well, yeah. It existed back then, but it wasn't as common as nowadays. You usually just played a game until you died. Maybe got a password to continue. Nice. Oh, you just got replaced straight away anyway. Right. X is pretty good because you can hit things a bit higher and lower than you if you hit B. Okay, I won't get that money apparently. Oh, these Medusa heads, god damn them. Hey, I totally ducked it. Well, what's that? Where'd that come from? Okay, random 2,000 points. Do you want to go away? Sweet. Those hitboxes, yeah. They're all a bit shonky in the 80s. And even sometimes in the 90s. Those ass boxes. Yes. Oh shit. Phew. Dodge that. Ah, I tried to get my whip on, but it takes like a half second for the backswing to before he actually swings it forward. Damn it! Oh, god damn it! Whoa! What are these things that make me flash? Castlevania 3? Yeah, but I pretty much... I've seen a little bit of that one actually, but not... Yeah, I've never played it. Can't even really recall. I get them a bit mixed up. I mean, I can recognise if someone plays Symphony of the Night, I'll recognise it. Just because I've actually played through all of that, including the inverted castle mode. Which you don't even have to get to. That's like an optional... Oh god. Just where I died last time. Whoa. Why does something maybe stop in midair and sparkle for a bit? So Castlevania 3, that was the last one on the NES, wasn't it? Or like that generation. And whatever else they came out on, I don't know. I guess mainly the NES. Yeah. Ah, got him. Shit, I always forget that's a gap. It looks like I can walk over that grey stuff. Oh, that, yeah. But it's just, that's broken bricks that aren't there anymore. So do you know this is very similar to the NES original? Just how it's been so far? If that is the original? No. Okay, now let's put it. Come on. Okay. Oh, frick. I think no matter my health, if they knock me down there without me climbing the stairs, then I just die. Yeah, very similar. Nice. That's pretty good for the Commodore, which doesn't generally have the same capabilities. Well, not graphically anyway. Oh, that's weird. It asks you to save here when you die, and I guess you just start at the start of this level, but that's when it asks you if you want to save. I think I already have a save that might be later. I'll just leave it anyway. Oh well, we'll play something else. Honestly, gameplay is much identical. That's pretty decent port then. From it's just not that I can compare it very directly to the NES one. It just seems like a very capable port. People arguing true Castlevania was only on the Famicom with a better sounding chip than NES. Is it? Okay, I don't know the NES and Famicom are that different, or is that the main difference between them, apart from obviously being different regions and stuff? I mean, I don't know many people with a Famicom. I know a few, well, a couple at least. Haven't seen them stream it though. Oh, the card itself. That's right, because yeah, games on cartridges can have little extras, like or even Super Mario RPG that Ghostbuster was just mentioning. Doesn't that have like an extra CPU on it, just so the game can have some fancier graphics? I guess I can't remember the exact reasoning or how it works, but and like that's how a lot of old games save. They'd have an extra chip on the cartridge, then just for like save me. It's just like yeah, a bit of memory or a bit of tiny bit of storage space for saving. All right, let's see what's next. You can't see the screen yet. You can check all the cards and what chips they do and don't use. I wonder if that ever like affected the cost of the game very much. Like yeah, you had to pay quite a bit more for certain ones, or probably did. I mean, cartridge games apparently used to get quite expensive anyway. I've only ever bought them all like secondhand Master System games and stuff like that. Right. Let's just play through a casual Ultimate game. Nah. Oh, I wonder if I've got I have to remember the name of it. Flip and Flop. I don't know if it'll be in this collection, but I'll have a look. I might have it somewhere else. Totally depending on the chips. Makes sense, yeah. Flimbo's Quest. I think that's a pretty fancy looking. What was I going to say? I don't know. Platform game. All the memory sizes of the chips. Yeah. Get some weird outliers where you check through the TV. Could be interesting. Funhouse. It's not Krusty's Funhouse, is it? If that was even on Commodore? I don't know. Apparently we're loading it anyway. Oh no, they're just not just the disc. Just Funhouse. Oh, okay. Fuck it. We'll have a look. Sit back, load game, watch, get surprised, and then scratch this shit. Okay. Greet still French worldwide. Remember to catch a curry at the PC show. Blast your Milky Bar. That all made perfect sense. Oh, Nickelodeon show. I don't know if I ever saw that. So if it's a game based on an old TV show, it's probably going to be crap. Lorimar Productions, okay. Well, it's not Nickelodeon copyrighted, but it still could be. Radical Game Show just for you. Get ready and get goofy and gluey as you test your skill and luck at the Wild Funhouse stunts. There was families going through obstacle courses similar to later shows. Oh. Use spacebar to move. Or how about we just use the keyboard? You're the red team. Okay. It is. War. It's your turn. Is it going to let me use the joystick at all? Shit, who am I? I don't know. I pushed a button and maybe that let the little balloon loose? I don't know. Or that could have just happened anyway. probably has to, like, I don't know. It seems like I'm vaguely maybe doing something. I'm not sure. I'm throwing these things badly. Okay, I can raise my hand. Yeah, I've got these two hands like in the audience, and they can move in different directions. So I guess that determines my throwing, my huck ability. How far I can huck it. That was a bit much. I don't know why they're over to the edges like that though. Got to catch the balloon in your jar. Yeah, somehow. She could stay still maybe. That might help. This is the weirdest controls for doing this. I mean, it's joystick, but it's still just having to use these hands for like distance and height, I guess. I don't know. Mind blowing. Yeah, there's games for a lot of things that may or may not. Well, maybe you shouldn't have had a game version of. I don't know. That was closer. I'm sure there are a lot of rushed ones. Water is everywhere. Oh, okay, it's water balloons. Let's hear it with the red team. Okay. Well, that wasn't. I wasn't too great at that. Star. Do I catch stars? Oh, that one's faster. It's not fair. Hey. Son of a bitch, star. There. Okay. Hopefully the show was a bit more exciting than this. I'll check that out later as well. All the trigger button does is make the joystick not work. Like if I hold the trigger button then I can't move. I don't know the point of that. Run, you fool. Run! Oh man, there's no way to catch all of these, is there? Let's hear it for the red team. I don't really see the much red going on in the red team. There's a bit of orange and blue, or yellow and blue. Fucking hell, that's a slow arrow. Do I have to really pull it back more? Yes. It's weird that I have to shoot the balloon so that it explodes, or else it'll explode if I don't shoot it. So it's going to explode either way. But oh, what a limp shot! Whoops. Go, 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 go. Yes. Sounds. Oh yeah, try some sounds.
Stay a while and listen.
I'm going to this off. That was Decky Kane, of course. I think that about 3 of my sounds of Decky Kane. There he is. Yes. I think one of my sounds is a Decky Kane sound. It's not really going to have any practical use. Like, you know, it's not like you can use it with much context, but it's mainly just there because it amuses a couple of my friends that I play Diablo 2 with, which is...
You have quite a treasure there in that Horodric cube.
Diablo is coming, yeah. I don't know, I'll just see all the random shit we got. Oh yeah, I was going to check out Flip and Flop, that's right. Because that's an interesting game I played on Atari. Where you play two animals that are apparently... They somehow escaped from the circus, but they're now returning to the circus. Or maybe they just broke out, but they still want to return. I don't know exactly, it's a bit weird. Old games didn't need to make sense. Especially pre-90s. Flip and flop. Easy, cool. I'm not sure if I played the Commodore version of this. I'm just going to hope that it's the same as the Atari one. Old games with objects on a screen. Yeah, you'd write a story for them, pretty much. And a lot of them, even if they did have a story, it'll be like a little piece in the manual, which like most kids wouldn't have read back in the day. And you didn't need to read the manual for a lot of these games. First Star software. This looks different than the Atari version, but it could be alright. And this looks more familiar. Cool. I'll turn my sound back up, I think it should be safe for this game. That's right, you can hear the old-timey circus music. How do I start? Here he comes, slipping. Great, you lured him. This is all the demo so far. But it shows you some game concepts. Now, how do I start? Okay, I think it's starting. Oh no, it's just showing the demo of the other character, because you play as two different characters, but the monkey hangs off platforms, like, as opposed to stands on them. So the perspective's all a bit weird and different. Alright, I want to start it now. Can I start it? Oh god, it's not using the other joystick. Damn it, it is using the joystick. Oh well, I don't think there's a button. So I have to like pretty much colour in these squares like it's Qbert. So just the ones that have white squares and I think the first few levels don't even have an enemy. You can fall off, but they're pretty easy. Really. I think Angel Interceptor that was here before got pretty good at this game. Because I don't know if she played it before or if she saw me play it or noticed that I played it on Ant Stream once. And I got an alright score. I got like 7th best in the world on Ant Stream. I don't even know if many people have played it, but yeah, but then she got much better. But she does have a history of like speedrunning and playing much harder games than I do in general. Like she'll play those crazy, what are they called, Mario Kaizo level hacks, like ROM hacks, where there's like super hard Mario levels. Usually for like Super Mario World. Although the last time I saw her, like a couple of days ago actually, she was playing them in, what's it called? That Mario Maker program, Mario Maker 2. Oh yeah, I got my stuff stuck here. I think this is a zookeeper who's trying to capture me. So yeah, maybe I escaped from the zoo, but I'm trying to get to the circus, so I think, because you'll see there's cutscenes where I'm in the circus. You take on a challenging game, you're picky about them, usually you want to chill times. Yeah, same, yeah, pretty much. I should have stuck that zookeeper, which I can do, I'll show you, I'll up here. On these flashing squares, it can stick either, well, even if you touch it, but he'll be stuck there for like a good, I don't know, 5 seconds. Or more. I don't think the trigger does anything in this, which is alright. Oh yeah, now I'm the monkey. And the swap thing is after him as opposed to a zookeeper. I don't know what that is exactly. It's kind of like the thing in Quicks, but it's black instead of colourful. Oh, I might have to wait and get him stuck on there. It's all, yeah, it's almost Qbert, but not. It's got a bit more going on than Qbert. Damn it! I should have moved. I mean, it's obviously came out after Qbert, so I got to learn some tricks and then make up some more tricks. Qbert was good for its time. But quite simple. If I go there, he might go for it, because it was done AI. Yeah, this one's quite fun. I played this a fair bit as a kid. It wasn't one of my like top 10 Atari games, but it was always a fun one. There's not really much else to it. It's pretty much just this getting a bit harder each time, with the odd cutscene. Which is always a nice touch back then when most games didn't have cutscenes. Oh shit, where's the zookeeper going to come from? Alright, come on, make my day. Make it, yes. When did this come out? I don't know, I'm not actually totally sure. I'm just assuming it came out after Cuba because that was just such an early arcade game. It was probably like in '84, I guess. I'd have to check probably. Oh, here's a cutscene. It's called Flip and Flop if you ever want to just look it up. See, look, I'm apparently trying to get back to the circus, where I must have been stolen from the circus and put in the zoo. But we weren't having none of that. We had to go back to the circus. And every like 5 levels, you get this same cutscene pretty much. Monkey. Wait a second. Oh crap, why didn't it stuck here? Quick. Huh. Hey. Zookeeper. Better wait, or else we'll get killed. There we go. Move. Alright, I think I'm okay. Yes! Ooh. Nice. I went up the ladder while he was going down so I can manage to just get away from him that way, I think. I think that's what happened. Because he has to like land on you, he can't just intercept you. This looks like it's pretty much the same level, just upside down with the monkey. So it's pretty easy to do it a second time in a row. I don't think I usually got this far as a kid, but this is one of the games where I don't know, I'm sort of a bit better at as an adult. Probably because I've sit down and tried it a few times instead of just trying it once and then giving up. Oh, you waited. I thought he was going to jump down. Sneaky bastard. Well, shit. I waited too long. Okay, I gotta jump up when he comes down. Nice. Hey, sneaky pocket. Oh, I thought he'd just go straight for the middle bit, but he went around. Yeah, the cat's gone. Now, what else have I got to go? Oh, yep, over here. And I want to wait for him. Where is he? Sweet. No. Yeah, the enemy positioning starts getting harder, so you have to start doing tricks like going up the stairs while they go down, and then quickly rushing away from them. And yeah. Come on. Cheeky monkey. Oh, how do I get up there? Oh, I have to go here anyway. Where do I go? Oh, there. Done? Yes. And now the monkey returns to the circus. Then I think they just seem to both get kidnapped again and you just have to keep doing it again. Random fire-breathing guy. I like it. He breathes fire and then he catches it on a stick and then eats it again. So he's like, he's not wasting fire. He's reusing it. Hey, duck something. What version do I prefer? I barely can tell any difference. So I don't know. And this one, even just aesthetically and in terms of sounds, it's all pretty much what I remember. Whoops. I thought I was the zookeeper there. I don't know why. So yeah, they're just the same, really. Have you played them, Duck Something? Either of them? Here's the good old Atari logo. Whoops. No. Knockoff Qbert, kind of. It's different enough from Qbert that I'd call it. I wouldn't call it a Qbert clone. Different enough, yeah. Qbert's all just based on that one pyramid of blocks, I think, really. Damn it. I got quite a few lives by this point. I've played a lot of games, or seen a lot of games at least, that are way closer to Qbert than this. Like they barely change anything sometimes. No! Digging this more you watch it. Yeah, like, you've pretty much seen everything the game has to offer, but it's still fun. Damn it, no, I'm just gonna die more now. Especially if I just run directly into the enemy. Oh, whoa. Where's the thing I can freeze them on? Come on. Damn it! And then I jump off the edge. Just like Pac-Man Qbert mix. Yeah, but... yeah, the enemies are pretty relentless. Whoa. I can't remember if it ever has more than one enemy in a level. I always assumed that's how they ramp up the difficulty, but it's more just in the level design and the enemy placement. I'd say if anything, the Atari version might have slightly less just like minor graphical issues, so that might be better, just barely. You know? You'd easily do a sequel and add a bunch more stuff. Yeah, I don't think it got a sequel. Not that I know of, anyway. It could be cool. Guessing it's a monkey level. Yeah. Whoops. Happens. Oh, whoops! Damn it! I froze myself. Oh, he went like back and forth, and I didn't expect him to. Whoa, and he started closer. Very close. Where is he? You see how sometimes I can only see half of him, or if he's near the border I can't really see him at all? That's what I mean by a slight graphical glitch. I think on the Atari you can even see him, even just part of him. But in this I can, yeah, sometimes it just kind of looks weird and I can only see half of him. Damn. And I don't recall that happening in the Atari version, because that's the one I played on Antstream. Like, so pretty recently, like within the last 6 months. Cool. That's pretty good. I probably don't usually get that far. I don't know. Yeah, there's Flip and Flop. Not a bad game. Come on, display. What time are we? When did I even start? We are 3 hours in. Oh yeah, that's fine. Wrong button. Hey, just turned on to a black screen, even at my end. Come on. Don't. Oh, I might just have to re-plug in my retro tank. I think sometimes that just happens. You're dealing with old technology? Well, a mixture of old and really modern technology. Or have to re-plug in my whole capture card. If that doesn't work, I don't know what. That might mean something in my Commodore is broken and wrong. Okay, that's all good. Phew. My Commodore should be quite more recently restored and recapped and whatnot. I don't know all the technical details, but it should be a good one. And should be tested. No, I'm sure it was tested. I know it was. Right, but you guys still can't see it, so I'll refresh it at your end. Classic games. I could show the new ones off as well. I did a few of them last time, but I mean, I quite often just repeat and get the fun ones. Okay, some modern games are quite good. And some I can't work. If they only come in cartridge format, I can't run them pretty much. Unless I get the physical cartridge, of course. Then I can run them, probably no problem. But that can get pricey, because then you to get that you usually have to buy a boxed version, which looks very nice, but you're paying good money for it because it's kind of a niche product. What are all these games? Anything good? Thun Chopper. Time Soldier. That sounds like some Atari modern game. What's it called? Oh no, that was Time Pilot. That's different. Trains. That's got to be good fun. Only worry about box copies for stuff that's near and dear. Yeah, especially these days. Which isn't much. How many games start with the here? Not many. There's a few. Casino games. Victory Road. Quite a few W games. Wacky Races. Oh, that'll be based on the cartoon, not like the Apogee game. I got my Heroes Quest box. Nice. Was that on Commodore? I know it's on other things as well, but don't know if there was a Commodore version of that. Weird Dreams. That's a weird game. I usually can't even pass the first or maybe the second level sometimes. Some different versions of Wizard that I played earlier, I guess. World Tour Golf, which I don't think works. Oh, depends if which golf it is, if it's leaderboard or not. Played a fair bit of golf on my last Commodore stream a week ago. It was also on Amiga. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what have I seen it on? Oh, yeah, I must have seen Fractal Mind Mike play the PC version. Although he does now have it on Amiga, doesn't he? I don't think he's... Well, I haven't seen him stream from it yet. That'll be very cool to see, but I don't think he's done that yet. What? Yes, Prime Minister. Wasn't that a sitcom or something? Oh, maybe that was the VGA version on Amiga. Zach. What's that? It's not Zach McCracken because it's spelled differently. Glad I got your box instead of the Quest for Glory reference. And I'm thinking something else. Yeah, Heroes Quest is Quest for Glory. I'm thinking of something based on like a tabletop game, but that's not that, is it? Or is that something else called Heroes Quest? Because isn't that why they changed the name? Because it was like a copyright issue. Navy SEALs, that won't work. Oh, Hero Quest. Yeah, that's what I've seen Mike play. I mean, I've seen quite a few people play Quest for Glory as well, but I'm not sure if they played the one that would have been called Heroes Quest. Last Warrior leaderboard. Lore of West. Oh, is it Lore of the West? That's meant to be a classic, isn't it? I don't think that one worked. Locomotion. I wonder if that's the train game I played the other day. No. A bunch of different load runners. Load Runner Competition Edition. Load Runner Plus. Is this just Load Runner 1 with extra shit? I don't know. I'll play a bit of this. Very confused by the rebranding when you saw Quest for Glory 2's box on the shelf. I could tell from the box it was a sequel, but yeah, it can be a bit weird when games do that. Because of course they're not going to say YA on the box. They're not going to say formerly Heroes Quest. They had to because the whole point is that they can't use that name anymore, I guess. Or I'm assuming that was a name copyright thing. Professional Load Runner 1 and 2. How about this Load Runner Classic? That's going to be hard enough. I mean, it's not that hard at first, but I just hate Load Runner once it gets to the point where there's like some of the walls are trick walls and they're not really there, but they look like they're there. They should be able to say formerly known as. Yeah, even if it's just like a sticker that someone puts on it, like maybe not printed directly on the box, but surely they can just chuck a sticker on. Unlimited Lives? No. Rodabund. They did some very classic games back in the day. So this is pretty much identical to the Atari version, except like better graphics, really, slightly. Hey, give me that. Hey, nope. I'm also used to this one at 50 Hz, so I think this is 60. It's just a bit faster. It's actually a good pace. I'll be able to get used to it. Got weird over time, like as the level progressed, or just it didn't age well or something. Oh yeah, over different releases like CGA. Yeah, yeah. That's why I didn't like replaying games like this and Jumpman on IBM PC compatibles because they just look shit. Although yeah, to be fair, the Atari version didn't look great. It was mainly the version we had. I guess it was working properly, but it was all just in different shades of purple, really. Not like this, like even like the letters and everything. But this is an amazing graphics, but it does the trick. I really get stuck on that ladder there when I'm at a certain height. Yeah. Hey, give me that. I need it. Ah, not quite. The sequence progressed. Oh, yeah, I haven't really played much part in this one. So what's the sequence progressed and whatnot? Low Runner tried to get the neat gameplay I want to put in. Yeah, and then there's like an isometric one, wasn't there? Which I remember. I don't know if I played it, but I think I saw someone play it. And it just even just watching them, it just felt kind of awkward and not right. Just watching someone else play it, it just felt like it controlled wrong. Oh, and there's the crazy version, or it's crazy looking version on Nintendo 64. Even there's like a 3D one, which was that House of Mike? Was that you that played some of that? Someone was doing an N64 stream and they had that, so they showed it off, and it was different. It seemed alright, but I don't know, just not quite load runnery. It had the basic concepts all there. Hey, aw, I tried to grab that. Give me that. Oh, now what are they going to do? They're going to climb up the wrong ladder, that's what they're going to do. Commodore can compete with Microsoft in 2022, pretty much. I mean, I could be playing a game that's published by Microsoft, but I'm not. I don't remember this level in supposedly, what do you call it, classic Load Runner, which is what I picked. But the first couple of levels were the same, but... Oh, damn it. I have to get them to get swallowed by the earth. Nope, they're going to kill me. Oh, am I going to have to full delete each of them, like, individually? Oh, shit. I was just not expecting this level at all. It means to be a different third level or whatever this is. Yeah, it's level 3. Oh, damn it. Is that a flag? Yeah, or like an eagle thing? I don't know. And this is normal for the Commodore version, and I'm just really used to the Atari version. But I was watching someone play a version the other day, and it was... didn't have this. I don't want to have to pull onto each of these. This is the silly level. Who made this level? There's the one problem with the games that come with level editors is you're going to get a bunch of cool levels, but you're going to get a bunch of crap levels as well. Oh well. That wasn't exactly Load Runner 1 like I thought it was. I think it was just using levels from Load Runner 1, so that might have been a later level that I've never seen, but yeah. Like how they move. Yeah, it's all like quite well animated for like a simple early game, like 1983, you know. Quite early era Commodore game. Now, yeah, what's it called, 40th anniversary, like, you know, like, yeah, pretty much 40th anniversary documentary on the Commodore 64 over the last few days. That was really good. By Bastich B on YouTube. If anyone's on Joey's Discord, I linked them there. I should have been linking to mine, because it is very good. There's a lot of cool interviews, people from back in the day and people currently in the scene. No streamers, unfortunately, but like YouTube, like Commodore streamers. or like content providers, not really streamers. It goes for about an hour and a half. Now we're just looking for completely random with things. What's this farmer game? What are we farming? Farmer's Daughter. Not appropriate for... Oh, I've heard of this one. Yeah, it's pretty much, that's a good description of it, I think. It's a not appropriate for all ages text adventure. I think it's quite raunchy. Ask him to interview me. I think if he was going to start with interviewing streamers, he probably wouldn't start with me, but he'd maybe work his way towards me. He'd probably start with more like Hazemaker 64. That'd be cool. Or maybe Joey. Someone bigger in the scene. I'm pretty much very new to it. And I don't know the guy. What are all these? Munch. I bet that's a Pac-Man clone. Munch. Maze Runner. PP Digger. Okay. Arachnopho? That sounds like an Arkanoid clone. Arachnoid? Or is that different? Or is that Arkan, not Arach? Dungeons and Dragons? Dungeon Warriors. Let's see what it is. Hey, Grizzleby, welcome in. We're at the stage now where I'm just randomly picking, yeah, pretty much any old Commodore game that I've never heard of. Play every Commodore game. I could do. I mean, that is effectively what Joey's been going through and doing. Not that I want to copy her at everything, but I don't know, she doesn't mind. She wants everyone to know about the Commodore because she's constantly raffling them off, and she wants to get more raffle entries. Oh yeah, if you want to win a Commodore, go to Joey's channel and pay $5 per entry. That's actually how I got mine. I just won it. Should I be reading all this? To deactivate pause mode, press fire button in port 1 or 2. Whilst playing the game, you always have to make sure the player doesn't run out of energy, okay? Each time you run, whenever you kill an enemy, alright. Actually, the same guy that made the documentary I was just talking about, a few days after that, or maybe a week after that, he's released a huge video. It looks like it's nearly 5 hours, but it's pretty much his top 200. So it'd be cool to get like a list like that of like someone, like a decent like top 200 list, and at least go through those games, and then maybe after that I can start going through everything else. And I've only started watching the video, but yes, obviously it's 5 hours. So I'm not going to watch that in one go. Alright, this is, whoa. I've never seen someone play this. Probably Joey, because she just plays random games. And I got a lot of these games off Joey. Hey, Rorschach! Welcome in. How you going? I just picked a game, pretty much at random, and it's called, I can't remember, it was Dungeon Warriors. Yeah, it even says that now. And it's pretty old school. It looks like that alternative CGA mode on, you know, like the CGA that wasn't cyan and magenta, but there was like more like these colors. Okay. So I can run out of energy. If I shoot too much, I guess? I don't know. What are the other dudes doing? Oh, is this like 2-player? I can try moving in that direction. Yeah, okay. And I can shoot the other player. But it didn't even give me a choice of being 2-player, it seems. Whoa. I thought that might go somewhere, but it just took me to the other side of the screen. This town ain't big enough for 2 Dungeon Warriors. 4 colours. His blue, though. This has blue? Oh, the other player, yeah. He was a bit blue, wasn't he? Yeah, they can shoot now. There's not much for this game. I'm guessing it's pretty old. Yeah, I guess black counted as a colour, or is that just like the default, like if there's nothing there it's black kind of a colour? I don't know if it counted on this as part of the palette. I guess it did. Oh well, that wasn't a magazine, but then again, it's a completely random game. I'll have to keep resetting this card. There. you're broken. Oh no. So hey, let's see what I miss. It's blue, blah blah. It looks like Arcade Wizard of War. Yeah, I do have Wizard of War as well, of course. Why are you broken? How are you broken? Go to a mechanic? I don't know. They fix things. Don't like people. Right. Can we just pick more random games that have a vaguely interesting name? Arcadia, Mystery, Othello. I'll bet that's fun. Squirm, Suicide. What is that game just called Suicide? Or is it Suicide Squad? Suicide Voyage. The hell is that? Don't know. Gotta bounce. Catch you later. All right, have a good one, Trek. Cheers for hanging out and yeah, and donating some bits. Thank you very much. Have a good one. All right. And now here we have a crack throw with the no music, meaning it's a pointless crack throw that no one cares about and shouldn't exist. Normal or endless? Normal. Thomas Schmidt. I've heard a few Commodore games with this song. Good luck, mister. How does it know, mister? Whoa. Okay, I think I remember this one, because yeah, most of these games, yeah, definitely most of the games I have, I've seen Joey play at least for a second or two. Sometimes they're just, if they're that bad, they're just, she won't give them more than a minute, but like usually for a good 5 minutes or more. So as soon as I push right, I can't stop, but it seemed like I went forward and that's it, I just keep going forward. Well, I mean left, I mean shit. Yeah, I had to move like that far left. That's just like weird. Stop. Whoa, like flips upside down to go downwards. Yeah, I've kind of got the hang of the controls, but now they're just not as nearly as simple as they should be. Whoa, and he's got some acceleration. I see what they call it Suicide Voyage now. Stop! Oh. Because it's got crap controls and you just die all the time. Axel F must be the most iconic 1980s music that's even mathematically possible. Very possibly. Oh, I need to make or find a way to make a shortcut to reset, like, you know, how I had to reactivate my capture card like that. It must be, I mean, it takes like a few seconds, but if I could just have a button that does it, that'll be even easier. Oh, I'll look into that after stream though. Dino Wars. What's that? Could be fun. I don't know. Stone Edge. Deep Trouble, Mystery, something or other, Satan. Would that be Satan's Hollow or just Satan? Up there with Superman and Star Wars. I don't actually think I've seen those old Superman movies. I'm not even sure if I've seen a Superman movie. I mean, I've seen a fair few, you know, comic book movies, just not Superman. I don't know why. Simplicity. That's got to be a nice, relaxing game. Starquake. Wheelies. Was that Mountain King? I was watching Joey play a bit of earlier, and she didn't seem to find it quite as enjoyable as she used to. Mr. Froz? Mr. Frosty, okay. Rainbow Chaser. For memorability, yeah. Sea Ranger. And there's another game, the Fokutu Horse. Some of these games will have other games and things in them. Like, yeah, like earlier I went to load Montezuma's Revenge, and it had a demo of Arkanoid, and also it had some like hip hop version of the song "Summer Holiday," like literally like a relatively low quality version of an actual recorded song playing on the Commodore, which is sort of impressive. Unexpected, definitely. Golden Chalice. I don't know, what are we looking for? If anyone has any requests, we can do it, or I can actually find something specific, or I can just try some totally random stuff. Bard's Tale. Oh, that might take a while. I think games like that, I don't know how I'd save them. Big ass RPGs. Return of Lions. I don't know. We'll see what that is. I want to know how lions return. Sound I put in my hand. I put it down to Castlevania. Fantastic Four cracking groups. Return of the Lions by Cosmos Design. Fire 1, 2, 7. Okay, so it looks like a shmup. The autofire, that's nice. Oh, no, it's not autofire, it's like a super one. What are they? Do I want them? I should have enough to get narrow on them. Does it mean much? Does it make them bigger? Glance. I'm not big on this genre. Well, I like it. They're usually quite nice and colourful genre. I like just graphics at least, but I'm just not good at it. My thumb will get too tired as the game gets too hard. And yeah, and I die. Hey, Supreme Jerk. How's it going? Welcome in. Looks awesome. Yeah, I just picked it completely at random. It's called Return of the Lions. I just thought it sounded maybe interesting. Going well, cool. Whoop, whoop. It seems like a pretty solid shoot 'em up. Yeah, as I say, not that I'm too familiar with the genre. I don't know all the classics. But I know there are quite a few of them on the Commodore. So I can auto-play like this, if my phone gets short. That's nice. Oh, but they slow down. Whoa. Constant barrel rolling is waiting here. Oh, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, God, I want that. Whoa, damn. Oh, shit. That game over. I mean, that could be an interesting one, well, especially more for fans of it, or for people who can handle that kind of game and know how to play all that if I'm wearing out. I guess you just build up a platform. But not bad. Yeah, awesome music. These games always do seem to have awesome music. A lot of them. A lot of classic shmups. Go all out in the music department. I'm guessing two-player mode is like not simultaneous two-player, but that could be cool. A lot of games back in the day, when they said two-player, it just meant you take turns, which kind of not really two-player. But it apparently counted. Hey, the capture card worked. Alright, pick some more random games. They're kind of interesting. I went to pee last time. Yeah, just looking epic. Oh, cheers. All I did was not shave. I just had a minor trim up, but not much really. More of my moustache to get it out of my mouth. Had a time from short clean up, in-person meetings tomorrow. You're not shaved very well. Exactly. It took years of practice. What are these? Baker's Dozen. Joe Blade. I've heard of that series. Gold Quest 5. Where does this ring a bell to? Is this like a modern-ish game? I'll have a quick look. I have a feeling this might be modern. Oh, it was cracked in 1988. That's not very modern. Yay, piracy. Oh, yeah. These games are pretty inspired from old. I got a copy of them off Joey, who probably got a copy of them off your dad, who got a copy of someone online, who probably got a copy of someone else, who got a copy of the Crackers. There's like multiple layers of piracy. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I did see this the other day. Yeah, let's cool. Again, just because I saw Joey play it. Yeah, but I don't think it was that great, but. Even attack or go through doorways and do weird jumps. Herbert in a trench coat. I don't even know how to attack it, that's even a thing. That man is you. Rescue 16 citizens. Oh, do you want to be rescued? Sub game 1, go for it. Deaths in 15 seconds. What's happening? Deaths in 56 seconds. What? Oh, what? It's like a number game. What? Oh, I don't know what's going on actually. Game is slightly louder than your voice. Okay. Yeah, I had to lower the volume on some games because some of them are fine, and then I put on Castlevania and it was like I had to halve the volume. So thanks. I'll turn it down a bit in general. And I don't know what's going on, and I remember this game didn't even look that good. Anyway. But yeah, there's no like normalized volume in these games. They'll vary as much as they feel like. And the capture device is dying in. Alright. What's next? Who knows? Backman. Aliens 2. I wonder if that's actually based on the films or not, because I don't think I played any of that series. Why is there nothing in GD? That's crazy. Caveman. Gonna be some Caveman game. Family Feud. Some of those look interesting, like the old game show games that I've barely ever tried. I've watched a few of them. Barbie. Space Fiend Speedway. Penetrator. Sounds raunchy. Well, Aliens 2 is sus if there wasn't an Aliens 2 movie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Might as well have a look. Oh, what folder was it in? I was just picking folders at random, so I might have lost it already unless you saw what folder I went into. Bomb Jack. Olo 2. Remember Bomb Jack's the old arcade game, I think. Yeah. Cauldron. Oh, that was that like super hard shoot 'em up, wasn't it? So, it's a different Suicide game. We played Suicide Cruiser before, and it was pretty hard. Duck Shoot. Alright. Is that Hard Hat Mac? Oh no, Hard Hat Climber. I remember Hard Hat Mac back in the day. Riptogram. Conan. I wonder if this is the same as the one on Atari, which was like a pretty good game, gameplay wise, but like just the graphics weren't very good because it was ported from an Apple II and it still looked like an Apple II game on Commodore, or on Atari at least. I think this is the same. And I think it's by Datasoft, who did make some other really good platforms that did look good. Like Bruce Lee and Goonies and Zorro. Flip disk and press return key. Okay. I might not have this. This game might not be set up for disk flipping, but it might be fine. Nice. I just flipped disk on an SD card. You couldn't do that in the 80s. Very sorry, I can see it isn't comfortable for you. Hey, what's not comfortable? It's fine. I mean, the game screen's gone black, but apart from that, that was loading. But oh well. Have a good one then. I'll catch you another time. It relieves its loading, so I'll give it the benefit of the doubt for now. They never tell you. They just load or they freeze, and you don't know. Yep, this looks just like the Atari one. So yeah, I'm guessing it's an early Datasoft. Is it Datasoft? Yeah, guessing it's one of the early games. Comfortable? Yeah, I'm not. I'm comfortable as far as these chairs go. And this is not an amazing game, especially considering Datasoft's other games are some of my favourites. Or a few of them anyway, but this I'm guessing this is just an early port. Alright, how is that? But this is still pretty good. Just interesting choice of colours. Yeah, Bruce Lee and Goonies are especially good by this company. And Zorro was pretty good as well. I always get stuck in Zorro, like just don't know what to do at some points. It's not so much it's hard, like I just don't know what to do. Okay, it's loading. And remember this was 2 discs on Atari as well. Well, 2 discs as in 2 sides of a disc, pretty much. Technically 1 disc, I guess. Yeah, weirdly took a lot longer to load than Goonies and Bruce Lee, even though it looked a lot worse. But what are you going to do? And it uses joystick and port 1. It's weird for the Commodore. Oh yeah, I got these nitro things, and I can catch them and get them back. Designed to blend on the TV? Yeah. I think it's just, they just left it to look very similar to the Apple II version, because from screenshots of that, it looks very similar to this. And it's all, every version, even on Atari, I remember it was see how he's flickering, like the character flickers, and it just doesn't quite look too nice. I think that's, yeah, a thing on all versions. Like, the company could have remade it like a few years later, and probably done a much better job of it, but I don't know if anyone ever did. Okay. Whoops. Now, how do we get over here? It's just a jump at the last second. Damn. Or jump earlier so I don't hit my head on that thing. Yeah. This is another movie I don't think I ever saw, the old Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan. You had a 1084 monitor back in the day, so colours on games like Bard's Tale and whatnot. They tried to use the crappy TV colour blending scheme, just looked messed up. Ah, yeah. Jump. That worked. The flickering is not amazing. There's so many moves, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, so now it'll get a little bit harder, and then it will get a lot harder pretty quickly after that. From what I recall. I should try the Goonies game again. That's another game where I always get up to a certain level and just, I don't know, I just don't know how to pass it. Well, I sort of do, but I don't concentrate enough. It gets a bit puzzly, and and then I just die instead of figuring it out. Yep, some loading between levels. Yeah, remember that's always had good music. This is pretty much identical to the Atari version. Right down to the flickering and the interesting color choices, which sort of remind me of like an alternative universe CGA color palette. Oops. Oh yeah, I've got knives. I might need to use it at some point. Stop flickering. Oh. Get the key. I remember having a blast on Goonies back in the day. Tried it recently. I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I still don't mind it. I mean, obviously it might not have aged as gracefully as some games. It looks better than this. So. And I'm guessing it was made to be, made to be like 2-player because well, like you control 2 characters like one at a time, even in single player mode. And I'm pretty sure when you play 2-player, you both control a character each. Oh, I have to go down here. Okay. It's been so long since I tried it 2-player that I barely remember. Tried it recently and it was like ass. It's butt sports take on the game. Now, how do I make this jump without just completely falling? Phone to the front foot 40 feet in the air and didn't die. Oh yeah. I think if I fall down directly, he'll fall on the spikes. So I need to jump out of here somehow. Let's walk off here. Okay, I can just walk off and he just sort of flips down. Ooh. I have to not hit my head like that again. Go! Flip your shit. Alright, walk off. Whoop, that time I pushed up. Walk off. There we go. Now jump earlier. There. I'm on my last life already because I like died twice. So I'll probably die on the screen. Yes, I've never beaten all the Goonies because I think it's only like 8 levels, but they're all just quite varied and different. And, yeah, they just look like they had their own like visual style, which is quite nice. Like they're not all just like a palette swap or like a color swap, you know, of the previous level. But that's loading. Grab a little bit more wine because why not? Come on, Conan's the Barbarian. Oh, that's right, it does slightly change colours. It replaces the green with orange. And his teleporters now more enemies. And this level just feels a bit slower as well, because I guess there's more things going on. Like, the character movement just doesn't seem as responsive. Hey, I was trying to knife him. And I'm dead. It's probably just loading the main menu again, but yeah, I don't really want to replay that. Maybe at some point I'll give it a better go, but it's just not amazing. It's good. Pretty good. Do I need to wait for it to load, whatever it is? Not really. Yeah, that kind of looks a bit different. I've only actually seen screenshots already. I've never seen it played. It's a pity I couldn't really connect to your 7 Days to Die server. Ping was just very high. It wouldn't have been good for that game. But oh well. What's next? Oh, I can use my other good stuff. Hey, what's it doing? Just play on tape. What are you talking about? We don't have a tape. Oh, what's it on about? I don't have a tape, right? Try it again. Did it not let you connect at all? I tried leaving it for quite a while and it just didn't connect. Like I think it downloaded the map, or maybe it didn't even get to that point. But even before I got into it, I could tell the ping was like about 600, which was not good. All right, what's next? Pac and Mac. Is this a Pac-Man game? Oh, wow. Upgrade your internet. Oh, so are you hosting it yourself? I can try it at some point, but I think it's not really. It's not a connection speed thing. It's just a distance thing. I'm just not gonna, because I'm on way faster internet than I used to be. But my ping is still the same for everything. You know, everything that I connect to. It doesn't seem to affect the ping. I'll give it a go. Maybe later. Dragon World, awesome. What's that? It's got 4 discs. So I'm not sure if this will launch or if it needs some configuring. Disk. All right. Oh, I don't even know what this is. Make sure that only one disk drive and monitor TV and no other peripherals are connected to my computer. Well, that is definitely not the case, but okay. If you are not using a 1541 or drive, press spacebar now. What else do I push? I don't know. Spacebar. Tellarium game reader. I'm guessing this is gonna just work straight up. Whatever it is. Oh well. Dragon Warrior. Oh, Dragon Warrior. No, was that what it was called? Dragon Warrior. That's like Dragon Quest, isn't it? Overseas, but I doubt it's that. Let's see what new games we got. And I'll let you guys see as well. Get about here. Oh, that's like a dungeon crawler. That looks kind of cool. Fix It Felix is pretty good. We got modern Bruce Lee versions, or like fan clones. Tower of Rubble. Oh, that was not that great. Zeta Wing is quite good. What was this one? Kings Valley. Can't recall. I got the modern version of Action Biker. It's hard to know. I think some people like that game and some don't. It's just different. It's hard to say if it's worth streaming much. What else? It's a game that Hayes made, Hazemaker, you know, the game that he made, or ported to the Commodore, which is a Mario cement mixer game or something like that. Yeah, I think you used to play Action Biker, because, yeah, actually it does have good music on the Commodore version. I grew up on the Atari version, and I still liked it, but the music is actually way shorter. Like, it plays, like, maybe 6 or 7 or 8 seconds and then loops, but it's a lot better on Commodore. Because it's a Ron Hubbard music, isn't it? Is it his name? Rob Hubbard. Yeah. Yeah, it was open world. Like the world looked, it wasn't massive, but it was pretty decent size still. Anxiety Biker. Yeah, that's another game that I can actually finish. We've got the old Wordle, although it's not old at all. We've got the very modern Wordle port made by Bum Puzzled Games. I believe that's what he goes by. It's a modern Oh, that's right. I got Rogue 64, but that doesn't work with the SD2 IEC, unfortunately. Even though someone made a disc version of it, it still doesn't work. It's just not made for it. What's NLE? Don't know. I got a blank disc. I'll go back to classics. I don't know. Something more random. Too many options. Puppy Saga. What just sounds cool? Crazy Joe? Purple Heart? What's Crazy Joe? How crazy is he? Surely not that girl. What? What girl? I'd like to go back and beat some of the stuff. Like Test Times and Borrowed Time. Oh, yeah. Tall Sisters Times. Easy sounds good. Okay, it's a bikey guy game. And if I click, he moves up a bit. You'd think you could push the joystick up, but no, that'd be too easy. It's also got no sound. I'm guessing that's just made in BASIC. Yeah, there's some games that I couldn't beat as a kid, but yeah, I can, at least as an adult. And it turns out that I almost beat them as a kid, but not quite. I beat Test Times back when it was new, but I can't get far in now. I was at a Tasmanian Devils one game. Don't want to read a walkthrough though if I play it again. Okay, this game doesn't seem great. It was probably just written by some kid. This game could at least have some sound. You beat a bunch of stuff as a kid, but you can't now. Ah, yeah. I think because we had so many games as a kid, like I was always just trying something new. Like if we only had like 6 games, I probably would have like learned how to beat the half of them at least. But we had like, I don't know, a couple of 100 games or more, just all copies. So I was just always trying something new and never focusing on one game. Hey, I managed to get 69 points though, so that's good enough. And that game was shit. It was pretty shit. It was just not fun, and it had no sound. Spindly, Mummy's Tomb, Lost Tomb. I don't know. If you've got any ideas, let me know. I'm just going to be trying random stuff for now. Nightshade? Well, it's night. Of course there's shade. Everything's shade. It's nighttime. What are they talking about? Nightshade. What's that? Letha 1? I don't know. Cave Cooks. Donald. Which Donald is it? Donald's Playground. Oh, this is the first game by Low. I think I've seen people play this. I don't think I've played it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the first Low game. Like before the guy that made Leisure Shoot Larry, before he was into all that kind of smut, he just made like a basic, like completely child safe game. Just saw a thing on this game. Supposed to actually, yeah, it is. It's like surprisingly for like a kids game, it's kind of just got 4 mini games, but yeah, they're just like what I don't know. At least a couple of them are good fun, from what it looks like. And yeah, nice graphics, music, and you had to go to the junk store and sell crap and make money. Or no, you make money and then buy crap, and you're building like a playground for your nephews or something like that. I don't know what it was. So yeah, what's S&10? Oh, it's a different shop. Okay. Yep, on Donald Duck. But yeah, let me exit. Push button X. Oh, okay, I have to push down and push the button. It's very different than everything else low worked on. How long do you want to work? A 1 minute shift? How do I choose? I don't know. 3 minutes? Who knows? 3 minutes? Pick up at Ducksville. Oh, so I have to switch tracks around, don't I? But how do I do that? The train's coming. It needs to get to Ducksville. Well, I can get there already, can't it? Or does I have to get that way? Go that way. Shit. It's gonna blow. That's not right. Damn it. How do I turn the bottom switch? No, I can't turn the bottom switch. How do I turn it around? That might work. I think. It's from 3 minute shift. Yeah. Well, that was the second choice. Or the third choice up. I could have just done a 1 minute shift. Oh crap. Damn it, I can't. There's a lot of them a lot of corners that I want to change that I just can't. Ducksville, okay. Damn it, I can't change it. How do I don't know. I'm getting confused by a children's game. I'm not confused. Well, a bit. How do I get him down there? Oh yeah, 3 and then 4. And then 5. Oh, there we go. That took me way longer than it should have. Now we want to get to Duck City. Okay. 4, 5. Stop. Oh, he's gone past it. Will that get him there? If we can get back up the top. Yeah. I've only got a minute left and I've only serviced like one place. Anquack Railroad. Why is that hard to pronounce? Anquack Railroad. Duck City. Hey. Oh damn it, he has to get there from the top, doesn't he? Bastard. Different duck. There, fine. Now back to Duckville. Okay. Easy enough. He's going that way. There. Come on, 15 seconds left. Make one more connection and then pay me like probably less than $1. Because that's about all I deserve for that. I've got 7 seconds. It's not really worth making that connection, is it? Go, 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 go. Nah. 15 cents. Was that 5 cents per job? I mean, it was kind of fun, but I don't know if it's worth that kind of money. What else we got? Toy Store, how long do you want to work? Another 3 minute shift? Wow. Luckily, the things I'm trying to buy aren't expensive. I guess we'll do another 3 minute shift here. What are we doing here, though? I don't remember. And Quack's visual pass. Okay, so we have to get the right thing. Go up. Get up there. Go up. What? What are we doing with this one? I don't quite understand that. Now let me get up the ladder. I can move the ladder. Might as well mine blood diamonds and Africa as an 8-year-old yet. Yeah. What am I doing? Oh. Well, where do I put this? There's already one there. Okay. Do I put it anywhere? All work for Apple. Oh, no, that's pushing it. Or Cobalt for Apple. Yeah. Yeah, do I just put this anywhere? No. Okay. I've seen someone do this, and they seemingly weren't confused by it, but what am I doing wrong? And apparently the train's gonna pass in 10 seconds. He's tried it with no on-the-job training. Yeah, they're just like, get to it. We'll pay you 5 cents an hour. Oh, I think I know what's going to happen. Yeah, I remember that. The train goes past and everything breaks, so that's why I have to close the doors. But that's gone now, and I still don't know what I'm doing. What do you want me to do with it? Oh, does it go on the red stand up here, maybe? This is fine. Yeah, maybe it has to go on this red thing up here. Is that like a stand for a red thing? I don't know. Nope. That's not the correct theory. Jesus. And it seems like I don't just put it... Maybe I can put it next to another red thing? No. Oh no, I earned 5 cents for something. What did I do? Exactly what kind of toys are the other ones? Yeah, they're kind of butt plug-ish. This game confuses me. Bears and butt plugs. Yep, it's Becky's Bear and Butt Plug toy store. Oh no, train's coming. Quick. It's probably too late. Well, the ladder nearly broke. By Disney, yep. Okay, I officially have no idea what I'm doing here. She earned 5 cents. I don't even know what I did for that. Let's play the fruit catchy game. And try another 3-minute shift. Not that they've been successful so far, but... Damn flea trying to get my wine. Alright. Yeah, I think this one you just had to catch the fruit and put them in the right basket. Oops. Oh, he's swearing. Whoops, no, wrong basket. The catch first and then put it in. Yay, 1 cent. 2 cents. It's not much money, but at least I know what I'm doing. 3 cents. Oh, come on, he caught that. Seems like you had to pay them. Yeah, I broke a lot of shit. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Back it off a bit, boy. Calm down with the throwing. Whoa. Ooh. Don't know what the conveyor belt's doing down there. Maybe when I eventually fill up a bucket, they drop them down. Come on. Whoa. Oh. He gets pissed when he misses one, hey? Found your calling. Maybe. I think I can get quite a bit better at that railroad game. I was playing another quite good railroad game the other day. I think it might have been called something to do with locomotives. Should play that again. Where you had to like transport things with a train. Because everyone likes train games. Or maybe it's just me. Continual slam of F-bombs. Yes, stream of F-bombs. Yep. Well, I've officially made more money catching fruit than I have redirecting 3 trains to the right area. Hey! Oh, the conveyor belts for catching my fuck up. Yeah, if I drop them, they all happen to land on the conveyor belt. Whoop. Yep. Whoop. If the guy's better at throwing, he could just throw it into the right bucket. But no. But that would put me out of a job, I guess. Catch the possible lemon. I guess that's a lemon. Can I make 50 cents? Maybe. Just a continual arse of F-bombs, yes. Maybe I can actually buy something after this job. Like 1 piece or 2 pieces of playground equipment. I don't know. Oh! Look, just back the truck up 15 feet. Yeah. You eliminate the extra job and get to unload on the spot. Yes. 50 cents. Nice. Alright, let's see if we can buy like anything. I think some things are pretty cheap. Like 10 cents. But not everything. Some things will cost like more than $1. The hardware junk store. Oh, there's 3 stores down here. Guess we are at the junk level of affordability. We can get a tire swing for 10 cents. Yeah. Wait, give it to me. Up. Press button. 10 cents. Alright. I have to choose my 10 cents. Or I can give him a couple of 5s. Nice. Press tonal key when done. You can even learn how to make up different amounts of money. Alright, what else we got? Now we got that. A ship's wheel for 1 cent. Shit, yeah. Maybe we can afford some crap. I wonder if it rates you on how good your playground is at the end. Like, if you can make a real crappy playground, then it's just not that great. 1 cent. Nice. Can you give me change? Like if I don't have the correct coinage? Cargo net. 5 cents. Price is right. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Just press up to pay. Why won't you do it? So I just not, maybe I just don't have the correct change. And he needs it, I don't know. Slide for 25 cents. Well, I've got 25 cents. Pay. Push up to pay. Up. Oh, I don't know his problem. Where's the playground? Sup, hey, Approximate 10, welcome in. We're playing a Donald Duck game, which is surprisingly good for a Donald Duck game. How much for spikes and razor blades? Yeah. Yeah, this rings bells. Yeah, this is what's the name? Our Lowe's first game of Leisure Shoot Larry fame. I have played on a Mate C64. Alright, so I don't know why I couldn't buy extra stuff. But we'll go back to jobs. I'll do more of that railroad job soon, but we'll see what this bottom one is. I think it's like cargo sorting. We'll do another 3-minute shift. Yeah, I've only ever seen this game played before, but I haven't played it until right now. What am I doing? Different airport names. What do they want? Okay. Wait, grab it. Grab it. Check it. Yeah. JFK, yes. Yeah, better. Let them go. There. JFK. There. DT, what's that? I don't know. Detroit? These probably all make sense to some people. I know what some of them are. Obviously JFK is the John F. Kennedy Airport. Waiting for it to suddenly get interesting. Yeah, this is before Ello was doing his own thing, I guess. You know, and I don't think he wrote this game. I think he just worked on it because it was a job. I guess they'll get some of their belongings back. Yeah. Some of them. Stop moving, stop moving. Oh, wait. PSP. Who gets a PSP for Christmas? No one, apparently. EBY. EBY. Hey! Ah. Guess, yeah. Alright. Hey, I'm making a bit of money from this one. I already made more money than any other job from this one. Ace, Dell, Benjamin, PSP, nope, not that, nope, yep, Dell. Is that Dallas? I don't know. Ho? Houston? How come in the train game all the town names are made up, but these are seemingly real places? Aww. Come on, next one. Thought it was Buttspot ours. Where's Buttspot? Ditch. Or no, I don't have or. Boss. Boss, quick. Go. Last one. Go. Yes, just. $30 seconds left. We made a whole buck on this job already. A whole dollar. Presumably the American kind of dollar, which is much better than the New Zealand kind of dollar. Especially at the moment. Oh shit, I should be doing stuff. Orf. That's packages for orphans. I think I've actually seen at least 2 people play this, because I've seen it on 2 different platforms even. I think I've seen it on Commodore and at 64 and Amiga, I think. Time left. Fuck all. None. But look at that money. Maybe we can buy something from a store that's not the junk store. Payroll. A whole dollar. I'm guessing America doesn't have dollar coins, do they? Because our coins go up to $2 and then you get a $5 note. We don't have these flash $1 bills that you get over there. And apparently there are $2 bills over there, but they're rare. Maybe they don't make them anymore. I don't know. You do get dollar coins? Because I thought I'd heard of them. You know. Right, so you're gonna let us buy. Before it was, yeah, it says push up to pay, but like before, it's not working anymore. Why? What's wrong with his money? Do they not serve ducks here? $2 bills out of print. Yeah, thought so. Because I've seen them, but not commonly. Dollar coins, don't think they're in print either. Makes sense. Like, well, I don't know why they don't want his money. A slide for 1 cent. A different slide for 25 cents. Push up to pay. They just won't take my money. Get your feathery ass to tuck it. Yeah. No, let me do that. Oh, there already was. What's in the hardware store? We don't serve your kind around here. Monkey bars. Come on, I really want some monkey bars. They let me buy 2 things earlier. Are they... I should be able to get more than 2 things. Oh, I have to hold up and push the button and then push the button again. What? Okay, fine. We can buy some monkey bars. There you go. Is there a gun store? I just want this fucking... Is it Minnie Mouse to serve me? Come on. Trampoline. I don't think I've got one of them, so give me one. 10 cents. Simple as that. Oh, I could have tried getting change for my 25 cents. Oh well. Or my $1. Alright, let's work at the railway station again. Now that we can spend our money. We've got a 5-minute shift here. Just go hard. Man, how much do you do? Up to 8. Apparently that's the most they want a kid's game to let you do at a time. 5 will be fine though. Quick bit of wine in me and then we'll do a shift. Oh yeah. Alright, let's switch some switches. We want to go to there. Okay. There we go. Done. Assuming they always start there. Yeah. 2 carriages. What a pansy train. Alright, now number 4. Okay. Oops. Move train. Oh no, shit. There. Now, duck rolls. Okay. Oh, we just have to change number 1. See, I'm already doing better. I earned 15 cents total last time. Alright, after a bit, catch you later. Alright, have a good one, Spring Jerk. Catch you later. Get your hand off that knob. Yeah. Good duck. Yay. And Ducktown. Alright, easy. I mean, it's only 5 cents a job, but still. Did he not pay me for that last one? I swear I already had 15 cents. And then he just went to the place and then he didn't pay me for the last job. Come on. What kind of racket is this? $30 cents. Alright, that time. Okay, so the money varies seemingly between nothing and 15 cents per job. Like that one. Did that just pay nothing? Oh shit, no, where are we going? Duckwood. We want to go that way and that way and not that way. Nope. And that way and that way. No, you fucker. Go on to Duckwood. That paid a bit, alright, nice. Duck corners. I think we're already going past there. Strap in. Weirdly enough, that's not even on a corner, the duck corners. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. Oh shit! All right, Duckburg. Just need to change the number 6. Right, that should do it. Could have saved a tiny bit of time by changing that, but oh well. Luckily corners don't slow it down much either, it just hoops it. And this should be easy enough to change like that. You definitely wouldn't get much done just by doing a 1 minute shift of this game, of this mini game. Okay, so we want to do another loop around. Go all the way to Ducktown. Done. I think. Come on. Don't think there was a quick way to do that, really. Nice. Now, yep, he'll go straight there by himself. Hurry up, go. Come on, wasting my precious seconds. Oop, number one. Shit, hurry up. Come on. There. Okay, he'll go there automatically. At his own leisure. One minute left, come on. Now we want to go there, okay. There we go. And hopefully you'll want to return to somewhere like Dark Corners. So I'm not even sure if there's a goal for this game. I mean, I know the kind of the goal is to build a playground for the kids or whatever, but does the game like sort of say, all right, that's your playground's done, good job, you know, you've done, or do you just build it however you want and there's no real ending? A lot of old games actually didn't have an ending, or nothing that happened at the ending. Some of them just keep looping. All right, Duck Valley can do. There. You have to go all the way around, really. Burp, burp, burp. Oh, another shiny dollar note. Nice. And 5 cents. What else can we buy? What's at the fancy store down here that we don't have yet? Do we have a trampoline? Rings. And the prices for these things vary like drastically. I was going to say spastically. That would pretty much be true as well. What do you want? 1 cent? Alright. Like, there are even 2 different slides, and one is 25 cents and one is 1 cent. Because why not? Do we just have to buy everything eventually? I'm just going to buy them out. We'll take your trampoline. 10 cents. Man, who can split $1 though? In a town that pays you 1 cent per piece of fruit shipped. A 1 cent slide, yes. Bargain, we'll take it. You had to split my 25 though. Please make change. Is he just going to trust me to take the correct change? Is it what, 24 cents of change? $10, $20. Oh god, lots of ones. 1, 2. This game is semi-educational. 3. Come on. This is time I could be making another 20 cents. Right, what else do we have? I hope we got the slide. Do we have the monkey bars? I don't know if I end up finding them. Come on, give me 5 cents change. Hey. And the junk store. Carcanet slide. Old box. Oh yeah, we've got to have an old box. What kind of playground is it without that? I even have 5 cents spare. Press button to leave. Come on, what else? What else? Old box. Is that all? What haven't we bought? Let's check out the playground. I can probably already afford everything. This just seems to be about rampant consumerism. Oh yeah. It's educational in the consumeristic sense. Oh, so they don't play one of the kids. Oh, maybe I was before. Makes sense. Do they like all the stuff? Okay. I thought I watched some other slides. There's a little bit of the box, the old box, is just for jumping over. Fucking hell, that's a cheap toy. I think. How do you get up? Oh, I might need some ladder probably to get up. I don't know. Important to have an old box for the. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah, I think I need a ladder that's not horizontal to get up. Maybe. I'll see what we can do. Always look left and right before crossing the train tracks. Because of course somehow trains can come from either direction. That's because that's safe. Trampoline. Would that get us up? Do we have a trampoline? 10 cents. That's where all the homeless ducks can live. What, at the playground? True. Slide that goes that way. Would that let me climb up? I don't know. Buy it anyway. 25 cents. I wonder what's the most money you can just hoard in this game without spending. Like if you can get more than like $100. Whoops. Hey. F5 to move items. I might need to. I don't know. Oh, I do have trampoline. I've got 3 trampolines now. Everyone can have their own trampoline. Whoa, I get a cursor. Can I just climb up the slide? Let me move it, let me move it. Oh, I can't. Shit's in the way, I guess. Oh no, that works. Wait, just go down, just stay there. Stop. Yeah. Don't you want to use it? You use the wheel. Why don't you want to use the slide? I guess the idea is you have to start at the top. But how do you get up there? I don't know. Ship squirrel, we've got that cargo net. Will that let us climb up some shit? It's gotta. What else would it be for? 5 cents. Oh, I have to get change again. So that costs, oh wait, what I get them? 25 cents. Alright. 10. Man, the cursor goes slow over the till. Painfully slow. 10. Hey! Was that it? Or did I do it wrong? Did I get it? I don't know if it... Oh no, I must have did the math wrong in my head. I'm not sure if I did that right or wrong. Oh, they got a cave in it. It's not in the right spot. Go. Put it there. Go. There we go. Hey. Nice. I'm gonna need another cave in it, of course, to get further up. Tire swing. Which are like never made out of a new tire. It's just a classic recycled kind of a playground activity. Alright, looks fun now. I mean, to be fair, I remember going on tire swings as a kid and they're very uncomfortable unless the tire's very big. But like usually you have to like squish yourself in there and bend your spine quite a bit and yeah. Not the best swing. I've made better swings myself. Oh yeah, can you use the slide now? Somehow. I don't know how to use this slide. Oh there, just hold the button and put the joystick at just the right angle. Alright. That's pretty much this game. Anyway, I might as well round it up about now. Find someone rad to raid. And go and do that. And then just go and do other things like eat and sleep and wake up again and watch other people on Twitch and stuff. I don't know. So, let's have a look. I'll have a quick look at who we can raid first. I mean, I'm not even sure how many viewers I've got right now, but I might as well do a raid. Good check. To give a vague idea of what I'm doing here. Oh, cool, like 7-ish. Alright, who we got? Mike's back on, playing some Pathologic 2, that crazy looking game. Neon Arcade. Oh, he's playing Bahamut Lagoon. Nice one. That could be interesting. Oh, my friend Sammy's on. Playing Dark Souls 3, which I've never really seen before. I haven't got to rate her, maybe ever. Maybe, either way, not for a long time. So that could be the way to go. Ariella is on. I rated her not too long ago on her some party stream she was doing. Oh yeah, it was like a two-year stream anniversary thing. No. Alright, have a good one, Bumfluff. Not Bumfluff, sorry, Bumteeth. I know too many bums on on Twitch. Bumfuzzled Gaming, Bumfluff, Bumteeth, possibly others. Yeah, we're gonna raid Sammy. Well, look, our Twitch name is 13 Arcade. No, why am I mixing people's names up? 13 Cosplay. I gotta think before I talk sometimes. I'll just get that ready. While we have the nice, calming outro music of Donald Duck. And I spelled my own name wrong. That's not good. Right, that's loading up. We'll go to the see around screen. There's a command there to check out the Discord if you want. I'll just type it in anyway. That's just a normal Discord where we share cat pictures and talk about games and all the other normal Discord things that people do. That's the main ones, I think. Yeah. And yeah, thank you everyone for tuning up. Thank you very much for the hype train earlier. So some subs from, I think it was one from Jabu, like 3 or 4 from SlimFat. Thank you very much. And just some random bits here and there. And yeah, just cheers for watching. I'll see you guys later and just have a good one. So, bye-bye.
You literally dodged the bullet not once but twice. 3 times? Oh my god. Or Sean, that's insane. Ma'am, may I ask, what are the size of your nasals for research purposes? Of course. Research purposes only, clearly. She looks very unhappy. Hi, Bubbles! Karen wants to see the manager. Fornado coming in with a raid!
PHWO Arnado has raided us.
Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How is stream? What did you guys do? Let me get you your shout out. Of course you guys played some retro. Did you play any of Commodore? Since I know you were talking about how you should have played some Commodore because you totally forgot about it. And that was, I think, last week. And welcome in Raiders who came in here with Fornado. If you've never been here, I'm Sammy. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. We do a mix of bead weaving and gaming. And we are currently, well, we decided to play Dark Souls 3. I think we're kind of stuck in that whole like 3-hour stream of character creation right now. So hopefully we get a little bit closer to like playing a little bit of Dark Souls tonight. I like how TTS says my name. Yes. And wants a full refund. Wait, who wants a full refund? What? What? Did I miss something? Oh, Karen wants to see the manager and wants a full refund. Clearly. I'm doing good. Yes, I played Commodore 64 the whole time. Fun. Yes, very nice. Did you have a good weekend? All right, chin position. All right, we're going to go with, let's see, front or back? I feel like we need a little bit of the front just to balance that out properly. Chin length, long. We don't need it that long. We can go on the shorter side of that. There we go. And the protrusion. Oh, that's a vertical movement.